Good morning. We'll call the meeting to order for the Douglas County Board of Commissioners for Tuesday, July 8th, 2025. Please note that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the north wall of the Legislative Chamber alongside an automatic external defibrillator. Please stand for the pledge.
United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Before we jump into Board of Equalization, I will give Commissioner Borgerson a quick point of privilege as requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just like to ask everyone to keep a longtime employee of corrections, Ross Stebbins, in their thoughts and prayers as we move forward. Ross has been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And he gave me permission to ask everyone to keep him in their thoughts. Again, he was a longtime employee. He was just a great guy, very, very good friend, still is. And so I just ask all of you to think of him, remember him, and send good, positive vibes to him and his family as they go through this struggle. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Borgerson, and our prayers are with you, Ross. We will jump into Board of Equalization at this time. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgerson, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Fahey, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rogers, Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business is the approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, and also item B, a call for a meeting on set Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025, as a date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Do I have a motion, a second? Second. Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next item of business are the resolutions for equalization, items C through E. We can vote in block plus adjournment if desired. Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan to approve resolution C through E plus adjournment. Was there anybody here that wanted to speak on any of the resolutions C, D, or E? If not, we'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. That concludes equalization. We'll now jump into Board of Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Fahey? Commissioner Friend? Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers? Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business includes Section 1, Item A and B. A being the approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, and B being the approval of a claim submitted for payment process through Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. Do I have a motion, a second? Second. Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And keeping my eye out for the judge that will be visiting us here in a little bit. So somebody nudge me if you see her. For now, I'm going to proceed on to our consent agenda. Section 2, items A through G. I believe there is one typo correction on, what was it, item G. Mr. Clerk has pointed out that item G, where it says BOE minutes, it's actually an amendment to the BOC action, Board of Commissioners action, instead of BOE minutes. So if I can get a motion, a second with that amendment to G. Second. Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan with the amendment to G. Is there any discussion on consent agenda A through G? If none, we'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, that concludes consent agenda. We're going to jump into unfinished business, section 3. First, we have item A, which there's an update to this item. It was the acceptance of an OVP grant for the DCSO office. We've been updated through their leadership that they will not be pursuing an extension of that grant because it needed to be signed by, I believe, June 27th. And there would have been a formal process to request an extension, but at this point, they will not be pursuing that extension. So it makes the item null at this point. Any comment or question on that update? If not, we'll proceed to another unfinished item, item B. It is a presentation on the OJJDP Continuum of Care Grant Assessment Report and Update on Strategic Plan, led by Kim Avocati.
All right. Morning, Commissioners. Kim Havacati, Deputy County Administrator over our juvenile justice efforts. I'm here to talk this morning about an Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act. Tried to put them together. Grant that we received. It is a planning grant to really look at our juvenile justice system continuum of care. The whole grant purpose, as it says, we were awarded it in May of 2024. It's to assist jurisdictions in planning and assessing evidence-based prevention and intervention services to develop a continuum of care for at-risk and system involved. The long-term goal is really to do sustainable data-driven reduction policies. As part of this grant, it required that we have an external facilitator and an external evaluator. This board approved over a year ago Category 1 consulting to assist us in this. Category 1 then helped us to develop what is on this slide, and that's our planning process. You'll notice there's 7 steps to it. There's preparation, assessment, creation, implementation, communication, evaluation, and sustainability. We are currently on the implementation and communication plans of it and starting to work towards the evaluation. Now, how we went about doing this so that you understand that it's not just Douglas County. So last May, we created the Juvenile Justice Advisory Council, and that is made up of leaders from all of the key governmental agencies and entities responsible for providing programs and services for youth. This group meets every quarter, and they oversee the overall goals and functions of the grant. What we requested of the JJAC was that then they would select one primary and one secondary individual within their agency to be part of the Juvenile Justice Strategic Planning Council. That group meets every month, and that is the group that is doing the hard work and coming up with a strategic plan for our county. And I know Commissioner Friend, you sit on the JJSPC. So the assessment overview. Before we started, we of course had to figure out what do we have? What are we lacking? What does the community say that we need? So these are just some of the data sources that we looked at over a 3-month time period. So we did focus groups of over 170 community service providers to really understand their perspective on youth and family needs, where our services are in the community, where are our gaps, and what is it that we need. We also did focus groups of youth and families. We talked to over 250 youth and over 200 families and parents across Douglas County to get their perspective on the root cause of the juvenile justice involvement and the needs, what services they're lacking, and especially in particular areas of the city. I want to thank the 12 local service providers that are listed here that helped us with those focus groups. They are the ones that got the youth and families present and there. We tried to be very strategic in getting providers from North Omaha, South Omaha, our immigrant refugee community, and from West Omaha so that we had a good variety. We also had focus groups of over 40 school-affiliated staff. We looked, of course, at our data. We have, through the Juvenile Assessment Center, 20 years worth of data. Through DCYC, we have 10 years worth of data. We looked at all of that. We also did focus groups and surveys of legal and law enforcement personnel. So we talked to over 100 legal and law enforcement personnel in our community, and that included attorneys, probation, judges, police officers, to understand their perspective as to what they're seeing. We had a focus group of funders. We all know, especially in today's environment, that we need to include our local funders as we go forward in this initiative. All of this information was collected and then discussed at the 2 strategic planning and advisory councils. So what did this data show us? I'm going to go very quickly through these. You can look at them in more detail. These are just some data from Douglas County. So you'll notice poverty rates here in Douglas County. We have a slightly lower poverty rate than the nation overall. When you break down that poverty rate by race and ethnicity, you can see that right on the left-hand side as to how that breaks down. And then, of course, we looked at it within our zip codes within our community. And you can see our highest zip codes are 68111, 68110, 68131, all on the eastern side of the county, excuse me. We also looked at our youth mental health because we know that's a growing concern. We heard it at every meeting. We heard it from youth and families. And in looking at the data that's available from the Youth Risk Assessment Survey that is done within our state, 27% of our youth said that they feel sad or hopeless. 23% said that their mental health was not good most of the time, which really tells us 1 in 4 youth need help. We also know that that can impact and does impact 60% of our school resource officers cited mental health as the greatest obstacle, and 50% of our youth in the juvenile justice system have a diagnosed mental health issue. The other area that we looked at is, let's look at home challenges. What is going on at home? Almost half of the youth, and this is one of the things that I felt was so important, and all of us did as we looked at this, almost half of the youth didn't feel they have an adult to talk to. And over 1/4 had parents who faced mental health challenges of their own. So we know that whole issue of mentorship and being involved with the youth is so important. When you look at our single parent households here in Douglas County, 27% of our households are headed by a single parent. And we know that single parent households are 3 times more likely to experience poverty. School absences. We talk about this a lot, as you all know. So we took a look at school absences. When you look at the left-hand side of it, that is the absentee rates from elementary to middle to high school within Douglas County. We have it broken down that way. We also have a little box that compares it to the state. So you can tell when you're looking at Omaha Public Schools, in the high school, 50% of the youth miss more than 20 days of school. So you can go through each of the school districts and see. I think as a group, we did a lot of discussions about how concerning it is that there's so many absences in the elementary school level, especially when you talk about prevention, early intervention. So that is why the right-hand slide really looks at absences across school districts when you go grade by grade by grade. So that you can look at kindergarten. In Douglas County, 14% of our kindergarten youth miss 20 or more days of school. And then as you get down to the 11th and 12th grade, it was 1/3. So we know that that's an issue in our community. We also looked at, because we talk about this a lot, school discipline, suspension, expulsions. When we looked at Omaha Public School data, this is just OPS data because that's the only school district we had access to. In the 23-24 school year, there were more than 83,000 unique student incidences within their schools. When you look at the suspension rate on the right-hand side, 1 in 8 students had an out-of-school suspension at OPS, with 1 in 24 being in elementary school, 1 in 4 in middle school, and 1 in 7 high school students. When you break that suspension down by race and ethnicity, you can also see that in the chart, that Black African American students have the highest rate of out-of-school suspensions of almost 1 in 4. Then we also looked at the rates of alcohol, marijuana, and prescription drug use among our youth, along with weapons. Drug and alcohol use among 12th graders, and this is Nebraska data because we do not have that available in the county level. Nearly 1 in 2 youth have used alcohol. 1 in 4 have used marijuana, so it's 25%. And 1 in 10 have taken prescription drugs without a prescription, so 10%. Weapons use among high schoolers in Nebraska, 4% have carried a gun in the past 12 months. 3% have carried a gun onto school property. That would be a weapon, so it would be any type of weapon. Thank you, Commissioner. The 3% is any type of weapon because we were looking at it a little bit broader. So when we brought all this data and information back to the Strategic Planning Council and the Advisory Council, 8.3 out of 10 said that there's a need for more prevention and early intervention programs to help keep our youth out of the juvenile justice system. But only 4.9 of those really felt that there's strong collaborative efforts between agencies, government, schools, community organizations, legal systems to really support these youth. So you can see the disparity between what we know we need and what we're doing. So what did youth and families say? There's a lot of information on this slide. I'm just going to point out some of it. What we asked youth and families and our other focus groups is, what is the biggest reasons you think cause youth to get into trouble and face consequences? I'm going to tell you the thing that surprised most of us is the parents were saying the same thing the youth were, which I really anticipated it would be very different, but they weren't. Anything with the star in a circle are ones that the parent and youth agreed upon. Negative peer influences, boredom and lack of structured activities, lack of positive role models, social media, and pop culture. I don't think any of us are that surprised by any of it, but this study helped validate what it is we know and how we can come to conclusions. So then we asked the question, what is the biggest reasons you think cause youth to get into trouble and face legal consequences? And you'll see the same top 4. Negative peer influences, lack of positive role models, boredom and lack of structured activities, social media, and pop culture. These are just some quotes that we have both from youth and parents. You know, for instance, one of the parents said, it seems like there's some good stuff out there, but if you don't have the money or the rides, your kids miss out, which we know that comes into play. I also got the kick of one of the youth said, I think teens my age get in trouble because we cannot make good decisions. We don't think fully, which I think is pretty intuitive for most of the teenagers we deal with. So youth and family needs, that's the next thing we did within our survey, was really looking at what do youth and families say that they need? And what do all the stakeholders say that youth and family needs? It really came down to 3 big areas: strengthen family foundations, empower youth with skills and support, and to build positive connections and community. And we're going to describe those a little bit more in the next pages. So when it comes to, sorry, I cannot see the top of this, it's not helping. The resources and support to empower family with skills and connections. The theme that was mentioned both by youth and families, again, are starred with the blue. Parent skill building. What parents talked to us and said is they need classes to help improve parental approaches and behaviors, but they really need that one-on-one mentoring system from people that have youth that are like their youth so that they can help them and call them at night. The other thing, of course, I don't think it surprises us, financial and housing support. We all know with our youth, if you cannot meet the basic necessities, then it's a little difficult to start working on some of the other issues. So we have to make sure that there's financial and housing support. The other one they all agreed on was mental health and counseling services. We know how difficult it is in our community. We have great mental health providers. We know it, but the wait list for most of those, as we can attest to, are 3, 4, 5 months. And when your youth or family is in crisis, we really cannot wait that long. So we had those discussions on what that might look like. So skills and support. The 3 that are asterisks were the ones that really came out the most in talking to the youth and families and with providers, that youth need school and academic support. We know COVID had an impact on our youth. We know that academically they are behind. And they all admitted, I need help in school. So the school and academic support to bridge that learning gap, to keep them engaged in school. You saw the absentee data. We need to work on that data. Youth pro-social skills and conflict management. Now, I can tell you that the youth did not use those fancy words, but they did talk a lot about how we have to learn to work better together, that we have to come up with better ways to resolve our conflicts, than as to what they're doing now. That empathy, the respect, effective communication, both those soft skills and hard skills are needed by our youth. And the last one was personally a surprise to me, but the youth really felt strongly about the need for youth jobs and career pathways. That they want guidance to jobs, they want internships, they want diverse career programs, they want trades, tech, education, and law, so that they have the skills to build their future. I'll tell you, as one of them said to me, is I can work at McDonald's, I understand that, but that is not developing a career for me to follow. I need to be exposed to different careers in the community. You will see in just a minute, this is one of them we are working very hard on because we don't have a lot of services or programs in this area. So the last one, opportunities for youth to engage with mentors, peers, and community programs. What this found was the 3 starred ones: navigation to community resources. We have great community resources out there, as we've talked about through the years here, but it's not easy for a parent or family to navigate that to get the resources that they need. So we need navigation to community resources. We need youth mentors and positive role models. We know that. We know we're short. We've been short for mentors for a long time. What youth really said, and so did parents, they need extracurricular activities and places to go. They have to be diverse, accessible, and affordable extracurricular activities. What some youth would say to us, especially in North or South Omaha, is the activities are all out west and we can't get to them. We just don't have a way to get to them, or they cost too much money and we can't afford to go there. We need a safe place to go so that we can do some extracurricular activities. So the assessment summary. What we're in the process of doing now is we have, as required by this grant, we have created an asset map, because if we don't know what we have and what providers are out there, we don't know what it is we need or where to go. So we've created an asset map that includes the resources, education, career services, healthcare, mental health, counseling, food, housing, all those more. We have been working a lot with the United Way of the Midlands and also with Leading Reform, because they have a computerized version, is how do we take this asset map and make it available to families through the internet so they can say, I need food, I live in this area, this is where I could go to get some food resources. So we are working on that asset map between now and this fall so we can put that together. We noticed there were several gaps from our assessment process. I'm not going to go through all of these. We know we have a gap in family-focused supportive services, that wraparound services, to treat the whole family, not just the youth. We need extracurricular activities and engagement that's affordable for our youth. Cultural relevancy, mental health services. They are still so difficult to find out there. Transportation is an issue. We know it in our community. Mentorship, services, system coordination. We heard that a lot from parents, is that within the system, you all don't talk to each other much. And then job and workforce development. So our strategic plan, that's the phase we're on right now for this grant. There are 3 goals that the Strategic Planning Council has come up with that we are working on. We have the goals all developed. We have the implementation steps developed. We're now working on our action steps. We should have that done by, again, later this fall. But the 3 goals that were prioritized, our families are able to navigate to community resources. Youth have improved life skills, and that's both soft and hard skills. And youth have access to job and career pathways. Those are the 3 goals that, as you saw when I went through all of the focus groups, that came out loud and clear as our top 3. So what I have on the next pages, and I'm not going to go through these in detail, but you can look at them. This is each of the goals. For instance, this first one is navigate to community resources, strengthen the community's navigation system by designing a shared model, placing navigators, coordinating services, and building infrastructure to help families access the right support at the right time. And then you notice on the right on the left-hand side are the critical action steps that are required, and then the implementation steps that we're working on. For the next goal, the life skills, there's been a lot of debate on this one because we found with our youth we need hard skills and soft skills. But we need to build provider capacity through support, training, and resources to deliver stronger, more consistent life skills programming. What we found is every one of our programs that are out there claim they do life skills, but do they really do life skills, and what do they look like? And what life skills are they working on? We do not have a good handle on that. So there's critical actions on the left-hand side again with our implementation steps that we're working on. Now, each of these implementation steps will be working with community providers to help us develop what these really look like and how they're rolled out in our community. The third one is provide a coordinated career pathway system by aligning partners, supports, and infrastructure to help youth explore careers, develop skills, and transition into the workforce. Again, as we started working on this one, as Commissioner Friend knows from sitting in the meetings, we don't have a lot yet in this area working with our youth. We have some very great programs just getting started that we're going to have to put a lot of effort into what this looks like. So I'll gladly take any questions. Like I said, this grant goes until the end of September. Well, really the end of December if we need it for a longer time period.
Thank you so much, Kim. We're going to go ahead and jump into some discussion on the report that you just presented on. So we'll start with Commissioner Kavanaugh.
You can skip me for now. We'll come back. I'm just doing some calculations here. But.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else, questions or comments, board or public, on the report presented by Kim? Larry?
Okay. We'll go to her next.
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. Thank you, Kim. Are these all your people here?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for all the work you do. I might like a little bit more time because I have a long story. This starts with my grandson way back when he was born a little more than 25 years ago. Born without a key part of his brain, the corpus callosum, which affects his ability to think and his ability to express, similar to autism. But all along the way, I have had a problem with the system because I am not his guardian. I'm a grandfather. I'm not allowed to be involved. Never have been because of the privacy laws. I'm putting the blame there. But you people support privacy laws in all cases. So I'm not a stakeholder, and I am tired of hearing all this because he never got all this pretty stuff that we're hearing about. One of the problems is I'm not considered a stakeholder. I don't fund the programs, so I have no input. Stakeholders are the people that run the programs, and they listen to outsiders' best practices, which don't necessarily fit Omaha. They didn't fit the grade schools here in Omaha. The grade school people did not want to listen to the grandparents. They did not want to talk about his mental thing. It is a part of mental illness. Always has been, always will be, and none of the counselors all along the way were ever interested in talking about it or even looking at the MRI. If they did, well, we don't know what to do about it. Excuse me, they should. That's a medical problem. I was involved with an agency that is probably a lot of best practices people, but very educated all across the country. It's similar to autism. I went to a lot of their annual conferences. I talked to and interviewed the actual Rain Man, Kim Peek, and his father privately in a private supper at one of those conferences. I know a lot of those people. Nobody in Omaha ever wanted to hear about those people or that organization. Not one counselor, not one doctor, not one therapist, because they know better. I'm telling you, folks, they don't always know better. The stakeholders are people that fund it. The funders have control of whatever goes on, do they not? Because if they don't get control, if you don't do what they suggest, you don't get the money, do you? Focus groups are not necessarily people that need it. They're maybe stakeholders primarily and best practices writers, but they're not necessarily people like grandparents that aren't allowed to be there because it doesn't involve them. They're not the custodian. My grandson recently turned 25, so he missed out on some things. It wasn't declared a mental illness, but he's been in out-of-home care most of his life, in many, many group homes, unsuccessful, I might add, and his counselors deny any outside help or advice. I've had a major argument with his therapist. He stinks. He's not a therapist. It's a prison. That is a prison for that individual. And the system does not work. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. And we'll go to Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you. Kim, were the youth and parents system involved currently or prior, or was there any or how many?
A little bit of both. We really did not ask because we wanted them to feel comfortable. I can tell you they were all involved in the prevention early intervention system, trying to keep their youth out of it.
Okay.
That's why they were involved with these various organizations. There were some also that we spoke with. I mean, because we did focus groups at Boys Town, and let's face it, all the youth at Boys Town would be system involved. So we tried to get a mix of both system involved and those prevention early intervention.
Okay. There's two things that I think stick out for me when we start to talk about the school issue. One of the biggest ones, and we see it just in the small numbers that we can look at through our youth center, are the reading levels that our children are coming in with and going out with. To me, it's appalling, and it's not just one school system, it's across the school systems. Their grade level versus their reading levels are not adequate. And that, to me, is something that when we start talking about collaboration or cooperation, that we can do with the schools is really take a look at that reading. And I know that we've had some success, but not enough. And I'm not saying every child has dyslexia, but, you know, I started that pilot back before COVID. We continued it after COVID, and I think there's something there that I think we really need to focus on. And again, has to do with reading levels. And when you talk about kids being absent from school, if they can't read, of course they're going to want to be absent from school, or, you know, be, quote, the class clown, so they don't have to embarrass themselves in front of the school, in front of the class. And then secondly, I met with a group of boys who actually had stolen cars, and all four of them talked about the need for community centers to be open, whether it be a school gymnasium, a church gymnasium, or a true community center, that it be open in those hours after school and into the night so that they have a safe place to go do whatever. To me, that is such an easy, quick fix that I think, again, our community should get our people together, collaborate with each other, and figure out how we can take an inventory of what's currently in certain areas, maybe look at those high rated zip codes, see what's there, and see if we could work with, again, schools, churches, city, whatever, to see if we could even do a pilot for a short period of time of opening them and seeing if there is a difference made. So they want a safe place. They want a place off the streets. And to me, that's a pretty easy one that we could work on. But thanks for the report, and we'll see where we go from here.
Well, then you notice, Commissioner, that did come out loud and clear in this report also, just what you were saying, from the youth and families.
All right, we'll go to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thanks for this, Kim. And thank you. Earlier in the summer, you sent us a state of current federal and state grant funds, which total in excess of $9 million. And then private funding, another $5 million. So we're spending, $15 million more or less just through this grant funding, and I appreciate that update. There's $1.3 million in community-based grant funds, and I think that's from the state of Nebraska. There's $950,000 from Title II non-participating state racial and ethnic disparity grants. There's $600,000 from reducing the use of isolation in juvenile facilities grant, $902,000 in comprehensive youth violence prevention and reduction grant, $450,510 in justice and mental health collaboration programs, $525,000 in reducing risk for girls in juvenile justice, $980,876 field-generated strategies to address the criminalization of minor victims of sex trafficking, $248,433 in youth violence prevention programs, $497,232 in Title II non-participating state racial and ethnic disparity grant, $1 million in the Bryn discretionary community project funding grant, $549,693 in the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program grant, $372,000 in building local continuums of care to support youth success grant, and $830,000 in a Bryn discretionary community project funding grant. That total itself, as I indicated, is $9,253,780, and then we get $5 million in community grants, private grants over 5 years. So we're spending substantial resources. Would you agree with that?
I would, Commissioner. We've really tried to target the key gaps that we're finding in our community.
So one of these is specifically for, it sounds like, continuum of care research. Were those funds used to produce this document?
Correct.
Okay.
And to help us do the strategic and implementation and communication plan.
And do we know what the average daily population of our youth center is today?
I don't know what the average is. I can tell you today it's 86 youth with 3 from another county.
Okay. Is anyone from the youth center here today to speak to us on this?
I don't believe so, Commissioner.
What is the budget of the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention?
I have no idea, Commissioner, and I can tell you that OJJDP since January 20th has not come out with one new grant at all. So I haven't seen a budget for them for this year.
Okay, but that would be in addition to these grant funds.
Correct.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry?
10 seconds.
Oh, I'll come back.
Okay, very good. We'll come back. For now, we're going to go to Commissioner Fahey.
For this presentation. I appreciate it very much. I have to move a little judiciously here because I have a number of questions. So regarding, and I numbered these, so bear with me here, but on page 15, where you mentioned the stakeholder beliefs about the system, the source you provide is provider focus groups. It would indicate there were perhaps 325 responses received. Can you speak to who that was? Or is there somewhere available I can see that broken out?
If you go earlier in the slides that list out all of our data sources, and that would include all of the focus groups we did, from providers to law enforcement to probation to youth to families, it would include all of those, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, what
If you go back to,
data sources? But I want to know who I would like to see what entities submitted responses. I don't need to see their specific responses.
oh, sure, I can get you a list of
Okay.
all of those.
That does, are we at some point going to see this? And I understand that reports require people to write them, or at least they did in the not too distant past. But are we going to see this in a more comprehensive report form, for example, with appendices identifying these information sources and the like? I would imagine it would.
Correct. That is our goal by December, is to have the full strategic plan, implementation plan, action steps, our evaluation plan, and then next steps all put together in a report. Because we need to provide that also under the grant, Commissioner, but we would do that for here too. But it will probably be closer to December before that's all done.
Thank you. Okay, is this presentation going to be available online?
Sure.
Great. On page 32, when we talk about the career pathways and the steps, which are broken out quite comprehensively and helpfully, the steps for building a career pathway system, I guess I have a few questions. Number one, is there are we reinventing the wheel? Are there national models that we can pull from on this matter?
There are some national models, yes, especially through the Department of Labor. And we have been looking at some of those national models through our Department of Labor as to which one of them have been the most successful.
And just as I continue to pelt you with stupid questions, I guess I don't understand how the career pathway, what are the mechanisms by which it would be implemented? I mean, who's implementing the career pathways? Is this a school program? Is this a county program?
That's what we're trying to put together. To me, it would be up to the schools and also maybe our Omaha Chamber of Commerce and our private organizations that are actually doing the career development portion of it.
Okay, so let me back up and say that I feel like I have been, at least in passing as a private citizen, hearing about career development from the organizations you just listed for the better part of 20 years. So can you speak to just briefly why it seems like we're starting, and again, this is not a criticism, this is my own edification, but why it seems like we're starting from scratch, or as if we've just thought of this?
I don't believe we're starting from scratch. I believe it has maybe gone out of the forefront that we need to really work on. What we're trying to figure out right now, we're working with Metro Omaha Education Consortium, all the school districts, to see what it is they're actually doing within the schools. Because there used to be within our school system some huge career development type of system. We don't know if that's occurring anymore. So we're trying to put that together along with what's going in the
Omaha
workforce.
Public Schools recently, and again, I was just surprised to see some of this is happening, but with some fanfare, implemented a career pathway or grafted a career pathway program onto all of its schools.
Correct.
Does that inform anything we're doing right now?
It might. I also believe we have to really take a look at what are the schools doing from a hard skills and a soft skills. In other words,
That would I'll come back. Thank you. Appreciate it, Ms. Avocati.
Thank you. Quick side note, all of our special guests are here for an upcoming agenda item, so we'll go there as soon as we wrap up the discussion on the report here. So we'll go to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Kim, following up on what Commissioner Fahey was talking about, this initiative has been going on pretty much as long as I've been on the board. So if you went back 10 years, the initiative that we're talking about kicked off with the proposal to build a new kids' jail. That's $20+ million expenditure. Building's empty across the street, never been used. And at that time, average daily populations, as you say, is 87 today. We're approximately the same. Haven't really budged. If anything, they've gone up a little bit. And on top of that $20+ million, and it's going up every day, we have this $10 million in programming, and it's been going on for some time. And you've been on staff for how long now?
5 years?
I'm sorry?
5, I think, 5 and a
years.
half.
And so you kind of came in the middle of this. I mean, the building was being constructed when you came in. It would have been probably better to have some strategic planning before you built the building. That didn't happen. But I appreciate what you've done since you've been here, and giving us this information is certainly a way forward. We now have cumulatively invested in the last decade tens of millions of dollars in this specific area, juvenile justice and kids who have been involved with the juvenile justice system. It doesn't seem to have impacted at all the number of kids that we lock up. And you point out accurately that we have disparity in poverty levels between, the white community and the black community, which are more than 3 times. I think the number that you used for the white community was 7%. Poverty level for the black community is, I think, 25%. The absentee rate in the same overlap, if you take the zip codes that you're talking about, is 50% in the areas that you're talking about, and 5% in Elkhorn, 18% in Millard, 14% in West Side, 50% though. So you have poverty, and there's another indication. The kids locked up in the youth center, kids of color, 80%, more or less. And we have the categories on and on and on that show, poverty and race. Poverty and race. I mean, that's no surprise to anybody who's been paying attention. And we've spent tens of millions of dollars in this 10-year period. Doesn't impact that. I'm just saying, for the public, this might be something that we want to maybe take into account going forward, because if the problem is poverty and race, then address poverty and race. Don't build buildings to lock kids up, buildings that, to date stand empty, but address the underlying issues that we have, and you point out here pretty clearly, are poverty and race. Is that correct? Poverty and race?
I believe this report substantiates everything we've been saying with data now and understanding.
So I would ask that you attach the report that you sent to us at my request of all the grant fundings that we're currently involved with, so that it gives people some idea of the resources that we're devoting to this initiative. This is a good report, but it doesn't have any numbers in it. And we need to let people know what we're spending their resources on to try to affect a better community. And I think that's what we all want. So if you could do that, I know there's an electronic version that's going to be made available through the county. If you could attach that grant report, I think that would be very instructive.
I will do that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kavanaugh. I know we have at least 2 more that have questions and would like to take a round on the report. So knowing that and also looking at the time, we want to be respectful of Judge and other special guests today. So would the board like to take a brief break from this discussion and then come right back to it after the swearing in?
This topic for until 9:55 and proceed to item, are you trying to get to 4A?
Yes, 4A.
Yeah, and I'd move to bring up item 4A and for that point, and table the current item until 9:55.
Approximately, yeah. Sounds good. Motion by Commissioner Rogers to table the current item and go to 4A. Second by Borgeson. We'll do a quick vote on that.
I'll just do a quick voice vote. Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Fahey, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion to table the current item passes.
Thank you.
7-0.
We'll loop back around to the report momentarily. For now, we're going to go to item 4A on the agenda, a resolution supporting Tim Kavanaugh to the position, appointing Tim Kavanaugh to the position of Douglas County Treasurer to complete the unexpired term of John Ewing, former treasurer, a resolution sponsored by all 7 commissioners. So we're going to take a motion, a second for that. Motion by Morgan, second by Kavanaugh. And we're going to vote here in a second. It's an official motion, so discussion from anybody on the board or the public. I will say quickly on my end that with this option, we're bringing together two chief deputies, one formerly a chief deputy, one currently a chief deputy, to team up and really take care of the office for the next year and a half as we get through the election season next year. So we took this route as a non-political option, bringing together a team of competent leaders that are going to really focus on getting us through this transition. We know there's a lot going on with updates on software and different collaborations and internal procedures. And so that is the intention of the board here with this appointment. And so I will open up the floor to any other brief comments or questions. Commissioner Morgan?
I just want to echo what you have stated, that we're very fortunate to have these two individuals with the expertise to continue the path of the excellent treasurer's office that we operate and have for the citizens of Douglas County. So thankful they're both willing to serve.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
I echo some of the sentiments by Chairman Garcia and Commissioner Morgan. This is a good example of a bipartisan, nonpartisan doing what's best for the county. We have a big office that involved with a lot of our resources, and we have a continuity of management here that provides us an opportunity to continue the best services for the residents and taxpayers of Douglas County that have been heretofore provided for by Mayor John Ewing, who vacated the treasurer's position to go to the mayor's office. Tim Kavanaugh, the former chief deputy, and Jane Alexander, the current chief deputy, are a team that have worked together in the past, and this transition will be relatively seamless. We're involved in big administrative projects right now that need to be carried through expeditiously to save money for the taxpayers of Douglas County. I'm a Democrat. PJ Morgan's a Republican. This is a bipartisan board. Politics didn't play any part in this decision. This was just what's best for the county. And I think that the people of Douglas County deserves that kind of nonpartisan approach to issues like this. And I commend my colleagues for joining in this unanimous decision to appoint Tim Kavanaugh, who I've known for a number of years, although he's not a relative. And full disclosure, we went to law school together way back when, before he was on the police department. And I've known him for a long, long time. And he'll do a good job. So with that, I'm happy to second this and vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kavanaugh. I will seek a unanimous consensus to fix one typo in the fourth whereas in the resolution that completes this appointment today. It says to be the next mayor, I believe it says in the fourth whereas. It should say next treasurer for the unexpired term of John Ewing. I think we were thinking of John as the mayor, and the typo happened. And so it should be in the fourth whereas, the next treasurer. So with that friendly amendment, if the board's all okay with it, we'll fix that typo, and then it will go ahead and vote on the resolution if there's no further comment. Okay, let's vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. All right. So, Judge, if you'd like to approach, this allows us to complete the swearing-in ceremony. And Tim, if you'd like to be sworn in and then comment, maybe that could work out.
Sure.
As the procedure.
Where would you like us to?
Right in the middle, so that the microphones can capture your voices as much as possible.
Thank you.
And I'll hand it to the judge to read it there.
Okay. Just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Tim Kavanaugh,
I, Tim Kavanaugh,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and of the Constitution of the State of Nebraska
and the Constitution of the State of Nebraska
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
that
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same,
to the same.
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
and without mental reservation
and without mental reservation
or for the purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion.
and that I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
perform the duties
perform the duties
of the office of Douglas County Treasurer
the offices of Douglas County Treasurer
according to law
according to law
and the best of my ability.
and the best of my ability.
And I do further swear
I do further swear
that I do not advocate,
I do not advocate,
nor am I a member of any political party or organization
nor am I a member of any political party or organization
that advocates the overthrow of the government
that advocates the overthrow of the government
of the United States or of this state
of the United States or this state
by force or violence,
by force or violence.
and that during such time
During such time
as I am in this position,
as I am in this position,
I will not advocate
I will not advocate
nor become a member
nor become a member
of any political party or organization
of any political party or organization
that advocates the overthrow of the government
that advocates the overthrow of the government
of the United States
of the United States
or of this state
or of this state
by force or violence.
by force or violence.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very proud.
Thank you so much, Judge and Treasurer Kavanaugh.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's nice to be in front of you again. I've worked with several of you several times. I appreciate your support and the trust you've placed in me. And I want to thank Judge Pankin, too, for coming down and performing the ceremony today. 18 years ago, a man named John Ewing got elected treasurer and asked me if I would join him as his chief deputy, and I said sure. During those first 14 years that I was with him, we brought integrity, trust, and innovation to the office. I'm very excited to rejoin this great team that's here today. Who asked if they were part of somebody else's team? This is my team. Thank you to Jane for the great work you've done the last 4.5 years, and we'll continue to do the same great work and keep the trust of the taxpayers intact and continue the success we've enjoyed. Taxpayer experience is number one with me. That doesn't start when you walk in the lobby and come to the counter. Taxpayer experience starts when the mail goes out, when someone looks at the website online. That's when it starts. It continues when they pull in the parking lot of one of our facilities. What do they see? It's important to have great first impressions. Then they come in, and if they're treated like they deserve, they're taxpayers, they're our bosses, then we've succeeded our mission. I also want to say hi to my son. I see he's streaming up there, Pat Kavanaugh. Hi, Pat. Anyway, thank you very much. I won't keep any more of your time, and I'm ready to get going.
All right. Thank you, Treasurer Kavanaugh. Maybe a quick picture with the board, perhaps? Okay, perfect. All right.
Thank you.
I know the official one, sorry, you're unofficial.
For sure. Thank you. Talk soon.
All right. That completes item 4A on the agenda. Thank you to the Treasurer's staff for joining us today as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, we're going to circle back to 3B, the OJJDP assessment report and strategic plan conversation with Kim. And I know we had a queue here. Commissioner Rogers and then Commissioner Fahey were on my queue. So I will go to Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Kim and everybody for the work. I think to be on the better side of intent, it was mentioned that, you know, things like this should probably happen with a strategic plan. I think this is part of that plan. And so to say this process is a part of a plan that I can say has been probably around here for 10 so years. If you were to start where my hand is here as the midpoint, where a kid gets arrested, from this point on would be detention. You say from this point on would be prevention. And it's safe to say that the report speaks in this piece of where prevention is. And I think to a lot of the questions that are being posed, it kind of refocuses, you know, really attention and accountability on certain parts of the system that may need to refine itself, I think, particularly after COVID. You look at a lot of the situations in there that are mentioned. I think a lot of the school situations that may be talked about with MOAC have been exacerbated by that. You add the housing elements that continue to get worse. You add some of the other health elements that are there. And the reading elements are definitely, I think, a sign of that. There were issues before that. I think that COVID kind of put them on steroids. I think the past superintendent OPS's greatest fear at the time when COVID happened was for that group of kids that were from kindergarten to 4th grade that were in COVID and what that would do to reading levels. And I can speak to the effort personally that OPS is trying to do in 2030 for that Moonshot program to read, and a kid of mine that I participate with, and that, you know, it's real in regards to what probably needs to be done to get that level up. And, you know, I commend the effort for the school district for the effort to try to bridge those gaps. And that will be a continual effort that will have to happen. In kind of tying together the point made about prevention here and detention here, you know, even though it was mentioned, it's unfair to tie these situations totally in the youth center to that. That's a whole nother matter. This, to me, talks about what could be done to prevent that train. That doesn't, to me, contradict the effort that needs to be done to address what has happened once issues have been there. So I just want to say, you know, thanks for the report. It wasn't a lot of questions for me. I think it reaffirmed some things. I think the point now, in regards to where it goes to the steps, is really using this report to hold certain points in the system accountable and bring certain things up. Because what the board has done good in this effort is bring light to a lot of things. And I think the board strength in this piece will be some facilitation, but also a point of bringing in the light where those spots are in the system and being able to make people aware of those and push those points in the systems, even those ones we hold ourselves. So thank you.
Thank you. And let me go to Commissioner Friend and then Fahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Kim, yes, thanks for the report. And Commissioner Kavanaugh had pointed out that sometimes the devil's in the details. I'm not putting words in his mouth, but there is information, and we can provide that. I've sat in, most of these are via Zoom, and I've sat in, as Kim had mentioned, on just about every one of these. And I think we always run the risk, I'm not saying necessarily at this point the board is doing that, but we always run the risk when we get involved in these circumstances and this analysis to oversimplify. It's human nature. And you start pointing at things and you say, well, this is the problem, this is the problem, this is the problem. This group, when they get into Zooms, just so we have a little context, are analyzing not just what they believe, and it's very complicated, of course, not just what they believe are the problems systematically, but the problems practically about achieving certain types of revenue to implement those strategies. And let me give you an example of what I mean. Poverty it comes up all the time, poverty by race and ethnicity. And Commissioner Kavanaugh pointed this out. It's a factor. You know what else is a huge factor? And we brought it up, and it comes up in every Zoom as the analysis progresses. The high school students in Nebraska, look at what the numbers say. These youth are saying this. Don't have a caring adult to talk to about their feelings. 45%. 45%. They don't have I will repeat that, don't have a caring adult to talk to about their feelings. Can you imagine? Don't imagine it. It's real. Have a parent. The second one is have a parent who is severely depressed, anxious, or suicidal. Oh, I'm sure COVID helped that, didn't it? 29%. Keep adding these up. Have lived with a parent with a drug or alcohol problem. A drug or alcohol problem. 21%. These are the students saying this. Have been separated from a parent in jail or in prison, 14%. Have a parent consistently insult them or put them down. Can you imagine? Probably. Yeah, we can. 8%. And experience housing instability in the past month, 2%. What I've seen in these Zooms over a certain amount of time is everybody at times saying the same things, but also coming to the conclusion, and that's where the consultant comes in, that these are extremely complicated and they're very difficult to weave through. These organizations are on the ground, they're working, and they're going, how do we get to these youth? And we know if there are 12 problems associated with it, there's drug and alcohol, there's somebody not listening to them, it's a broken home, the breakdown of the American family, it's been going on forever. We're going to analyze this. The devil's more than the details here, okay? We can grab those details and we can try to make it simple. It's not. It's extremely complicated. Final point. I was going to empowerment network meetings 22 years ago. They're doing good work, but you know the interesting part about it is we're talking about the same stuff. The same stuff. You know what I found in these Zooms? We're talking about different things. People are bringing it up based on the data. Now, does that mean success? We'll find out. I get frustrated as much as anybody else sitting in these Zooms because you go, I've heard this stuff before. I don't mean to lecture. What I'm saying is, and I do lecture at times, what I'm saying is the complicated nature of this is staggering. We get our hands around it from a county board standpoint and the authority that we have. It's a funding mechanism. They've said it. Can you help us? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Fahey.
Thank you, Ms. Havakati. I'm going to dovetail a little bit off of my colleague, Commissioner Friend here. And if we go to the page, if he was looking at challenges at home, let's move back one page to youth mental health. The data on this was compiled from the NDE Youth Risk Assessment Survey. Can you help me understand a little bit about, so this data would be the representative data absent the students in the Omaha Public Schools? Is my understanding
Correct, because Omaha Public Schools does not do that survey.
Can you explain that to me a little? It's not your, I know we're beyond your purview here. I'm just hoping you can help me a little bit.
I don't believe Omaha Public Schools has ever done that survey, but the other school districts here do. I'm not sure. They have, they're not now. I don't know why. But that's the only data we have in that area.
So I want to particularly focus in on two data points here, and that's the number of students that reported feeling sad or hopeless, which is almost a third, and more shocking still, the ones that have seriously considered suicide, which is 1 in 5. Are you aware of do you have knowledge of the historical trends of those numbers and how they have performed over the last 20 years? Again, I'm getting very peer review. I can find that information. I'm just asking if, as you stand here today, you know it for my own benefit.
There's been an increase. There's been an increase in the suicidal ideations. There's also been an increase in the mental health and the feeling of hopelessness. And there's been some research and studies, Commissioner, since COVID that has really impacted that.
Thank you. That's all I have for now. I appreciate it, Ms. Havakati.
Thank you. We're going to go to a third 2-minute round for Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Just to recap, Kim, you're going to attach the grant funding to to this report so that we'll have it publicly available for folks that look at
Sure.
this, right?
Yes.
I think that, we've had a good discussion here about, some of the difficulties that we have. It appears that, poor families, particularly poor families of color in our community, are unduly impacted by this. And despite the pretty significant resources, we haven't put much of a dent in that. It might occur to us to do something different. Commissioner Friend pointed out that some of these discussions come up with different ideas than have normally been applied. We need to try something different because I'm not seeing this as something that's particularly effective. As a matter of fact, the January average daily population, January to now, of the youth center is 91. And so it's actually beyond what it was when we started off in this. The fact that you and your team has brought in, 5 years after the construction of this fiasco kids jail is an example of the cart before the horse type of planning that's gone on before. And this is no reflection on you. You've done what you can with what you've got from where you are, and I appreciate that. But we definitely need to take a new direction to make this more effective in our community. We all want the same thing. We want a happy community with families that are prosperous, integrated, and supportive. This isn't getting us there, and so we need to take a new course. And I appreciate this report because it tells us where we are now, and it's not a good place. So we can do better, and I think working together we will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, and I almost forgot my question, but just remembered it. So in the report, there's two things that are mentioned in terms of poverty and housing. I guess it's a question or comment, the city just released, I guess, two reports. One, their poverty report that was a legislative initiative by Senator McKinney, and then the housing affordability. I don't know if it's actually, quote, theirs or if a community's report, but it might be beneficial for us to maybe sit down and have a discussion with them about their reports and see if there's something that we can either cooperate or collaborate on with them with this, because it's going to show the same data or the same zip code areas that need attention as our report does. And so it might behoove us to just sit down and see where and what those say for us to be able to maybe coordinate a little better with that, with them.
I would agree, Commissioner. Those reports were not available when we did this, and now it's time to take a look at those and see how we interface between the two.
All right, great, thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to first, Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of my colleagues have said, sometimes some things need to be passed, and I agree, but I do also agree that you need to make sure you take the time to correct information that kind of gets blurred together, because this whole discussion about prevention on this, which includes juveniles, gets complicated and it gets mashed together. So I want to take that time to separate that, particularly the point that says, you have to do something different. I agree at times you need to do something different, but you can't do something different before you try to do what the fundamentals are. And so when this conversation keeps getting tied to the new building of the youth center and it's really not relevant to that in this degree, that needs to be separated out, and I want to make that point. Because when it's mentioned about the kids sitting there and it's mentioned about data, clear data tells us that this issue ain't got nothing to do with this. The issue of kids over there has to do with kids sitting longer, which is a whole nother situation that will blend in. I think the data shows you that the arrests are down. This report talks into what can probably happen that magnifies it, and it does speak a little bit to some of the cause of why they are in there. the number of 91 kids that's mentioned to some degree is not a fact of arrest increasing. It's a fact of kids sitting longer. So when you say you need to do something different, my point again is don't do something different until people try to do what they are supposed to do. And one of those things that are supposed to be done when you talk about the numbers, and it's not preventative, but I'm doing this to correct the fact, is when you have kids sitting there, the board needs to take their accountability piece for pre-adjudication. That's the board's. Now, when you talk about doing something new, I think that piece is the board needs to take account and implement some things that are on the table. When you talk about some of the things that are there in regards to money and things of that sort, that is fair. But I do think you cannot talk about any of this if the systems that are in place right now don't commit to do their jobs. Like Bill Belichick said, just do your job. And when the job is that you have at least half the population there waiting to get placed, that speaks to the state. So to take it back to this report, when you talk about all of this mental health apparatus that is mentioned there, that is the state. Mental health is the job of the state. And so we do some things with community. We've helped some things in that regard. There's some part to play there. But just know, again, like I mentioned in my earlier comments, I do think the board's role is bringing light to that stuff and pushing it and not letting it sit idle and letting people use the detention center as a place to hide the malfunction of some of these other services up front. And that is the end result of what that does. Those 40 or so kids that sit there, that aren't sitting there on a serious charge, that place is hiding malfunctions that are happening up here at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to a third 2-minute round for Commissioner Fahey.
I'm appreciative of it very much. And I share the great sentiment, and in fact, Commissioner Friend took a lot of the words out of my mouth, although he said it more eloquently than I would have been able to regarding some of what we're facing, particularly with the mental health and family youth numbers in our society. And it's easy, I think, for all of us to sit here and say, gosh, what can we do? This is an intractable problem. We see that. It's multifaceted. One element of the problem supports the other. So if you fix one, another one comes in to sort of muck up your progress. But let's be clear about a couple things. A city that has 20% of its youth seriously considering suicide is a city that will not have a growing, and not to reduce it to numbers, but it will not have a growing economy in 30 years. It does not have a generation that can support its future growth or keep it up with other cities or improve its life going forward. These are crisis numbers. And I know I'm not saying anything that my colleagues on this board don't know, but this is an absolute mental health crisis that I would be willing to bet is without parallel in the last 50 years of this city and county. But it's either going to get fixed or we're going to fail. And it's easy to say, well, gosh, I mean, COVID, all these global things happened all over. But I want to be clear about something. 90% of what's in this report are policy choices. They are policy choices made by this board, the city council, the state legislature. We've got issues, we have our fellow students saying that they have dispersal of services problems. Well, where do we locate our services? How do we provide transportation for them? How long are the gyms? We have gymnasiums all over the city. When do they open and when do they close? Now, I know you got to fund the people that staff them. We're about to kick a bunch of people off Medicaid to fund what I believe is an immorally regressive tax system. Do you guys think that's going to help or hurt our mental health in this country?
That's time, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to a third 2-minute round for Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I couldn't agree more with the mental health issues that not only this report says, but that we've been actually working on for quite some time. But I do want to make a point that in this report it talks about single-parent households and the number of 27% that we have as single-parent households. And a lot of times single parents feel like they're being criticized really, really negatively in some of the work that we do, because it's brought up a lot that it's because they're in a single-family household. And I just have to say, I know a lot of single parents who have had very, very, very successful youth. And so I think we have to be careful not to lump all of that into one statement, that they actually might be able, quote, the peers we need to help those other single families through their hardships right now. But I just felt like I had to make that, because I know sometimes they feel slighted by that comment being made over and over. There are good and again, successful and positive single families. And I just, again, wanted to make sure that that was made. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on the report today? If,
This is a point of personal privilege. The next time we do this, could we make sure that the Douglas County Youth Center people are here and involved in this discussion? They're the ultimate caregivers of these 90-plus kids that we're locking up every day, and I think it'd be important if we could make sure that they're here in this discussion.
I think
Thank you.
Rondi happens to be on the Zoom if we did have any specific detention
Yeah, I don't know if
questions.
they were involved in this report or not, but, it would be good to have them here.
Got it. And Commissioner Rogers, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I want to point out, this report to me is not about the youth center. As I mentioned before, there's a point in time, if arrest is here, this is detention, this is prevention. The report clearly says it's prevention. To keep trying to interject the youth center in here and to bring that topic up, there's more than enough time to tell you that topic. We'll probably get to it on the next piece. But I think the public needs to know, this is not about adjudication and detention. This report is about prevention. And to try to channel where I think Commissioner Fahey was going on, those numbers scream. And the point I was trying to make is that they scream to every one of us to relook at our part in the system and try to double down and do what we're supposed to do. So when we talk about mental health, you clearly look at the state system. That was meant to do that. And so, as we talk about this in the future, I think the board's role is to not let other systems get off the hook. We need to look at our own system and make sure we're holding ourselves off of it, but we can not let other parts of the system hide from their duty on this matter. But again, this report is about prevention. It's about the things you can do to stop them. The discussion about what's going on in there will definitely happen in time, but that's not what this report is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this topic? If not, we'll conclude. Thank you so much, Kim. And we'll jump into item C under unfinished business, a resolution thanking the work of JDI and concluding the JDI effort and funding as of June 30th, 2025. For discussion purposes, if we can move in second with a friendly amendment to change that to July 31st instead of June 30th, considering it was tabled. Is there such a motion for discussion? Motion by Friend with the amendment. Any seconds? I'll second it myself. All right. We'll jump into discussion. And just to give, again, the context of a little bit of the topic here, and go ahead and count this as my round, or one of my rounds here. Big picture, I mentioned 2 weeks ago that, part of it was financial in regards to this is a state employee that we were funding at least within the last fiscal year, and a potential looking at how to, again, be more stringent on where our funds are going nowadays with under LB 34 and what we're having to do with our budget, but also, what could $100,000 plus that are going to this position do for us internally at Douglas County in regards to pre-adjudicated services, in regards to needed placements, high-risk services, et cetera. So really kind of reanalyzing the funding part of it, but also realignment came up a few times under the last reports in looking at where are we in regards to a potential realignment in many regards, one piece of that being JDI. We recently got a communication from the State Probation Office director that the state is moving away from supporting JDI at the state level and will leave it to the local level in regards to what they want to do with the initiative. Local counties have been moving away from funding JDI coordinators within the last few years. I reached out to our colleagues at Sarpy and Lancaster to confirm, because I wasn't sure if they had moved away from funding JDI coordinators, and they have within the last few years. And as far as the realignment topic, again, as far as stakeholders and community, I think, yes, we have to continue to challenge ourselves internally amongst our stakeholder system partners, and those are all the system partners, probation, judges, county board with pre-adjudicated services, detention center, public defender, county attorney. There's so many stakeholders involved internally within the system. Yes, I agree, we have to continue to challenge ourselves and each other to do better for our system and our families. And then a renewed energy to work with community partners. I know that Willie Barney and 360 have done a lot of recent focus groups in regards to juvenile justice, and they want to put more effort into that community partnership and what can we do together as system and community moving forward. So there's possibilities there that we have to look into, I think, and to lean into that realignment. Also, big picture, I was taking down notes during the last reports that I think are relevant here. Of course, we have a little bit of stake in the prevention side, but not all things prevention intervention. I mean, we're not going to go create a pro-social soccer club for 5-year-olds. That's too early in prevention. We don't have funding for that, but we do have, once they get closer to JAC services, pre-adjudicated, and close to being system contact, and we do have a little bit more funding and sway there, especially through the JAC with those early interventions to prevent you from formally getting into the court system and the juvenile justice system. So what can we do more there with through JAC, through collaboration with schools, through the Bridge program that we've provided some funding for, through Senator McKinney's new Family Resource Center legislative piece that got through, and we'll have some funding. Let's look into what synergy and collaborations can happen there. We've also talked about the need for placements for youth that have been authorized for release. We recently, as of the first week of July, had 7 of those, most of which were waiting for a group home. What are the issues with capacity for group homes, and how can we help those efforts to ensure that we do have capacity and no youth is waiting there when they've been authorized for release? So I agree with all those ends as well. I'm looking at my time, so I'm going to conclude and loop back around later to talk a little bit more about pre-adjudicated and partnerships. But for now, we'll go to Commissioner Borgeson.
Well, thank you. And for the things that we just talked about from this report, and some of the stuff that you just eloquently stated in terms of what our need is or direction is, I think we're being short-sighted by getting rid of an employee that has a knowledge of the system that could easily be transferred to be instrumental in those poverty housing and prevention pieces. We know Ms. Habakati, if she hasn't gone part-time or retired, she's due to, that I think, again, we can transfer this person into a position. I understand the JDAI thing. While I might agree with we need to move in a different direction, I think we're moving in the wrong direction by getting rid of an employee that has that extensive background and knowledge of our system and system players and community players that would be beneficial to us. And so it's a little weird that on the resolution it's thanking, which I do thank all the work that's been done on JDAI, but I don't agree with us cutting this off at its knees without further discussion of what and how this utilization of this employee could benefit us, especially with what we just talked about today and the issues that we just talked about today. So again, I don't know if there's something else we could do about that, but my recommendation would be that, yes, I understand JDAI is going to go away or has gone away, but I would prefer that we find a way to keep this employee in place and utilize them in a new way, especially with, again, the report that was just provided. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to kind of express appreciation for moving this here to get contacts from the last meeting, and I want to kind of start by reiterating the point that was made about the points in the system. And again, if this was, if we started here as arrest and this was probation, this is all the way at the end is detention, this is where JDI is. My ask today is, well, let me point out a couple of things. I think the probation letter stated that they were going to wash their hands of having this. Not that the effort wasn't there. And I think across the country, the efforts have changed and modified. They haven't totally eliminated themselves because some of the practices have become institutional. For instance, data has become institutional in regards to how you drive the process. And racial and ethnic disparities has become there. The investment in alternatives have become institutional. So, you know, my ask for the board, and with this, I'm going to speak this one time, unless I'm just provoked to have to clear something up. But my request to the board is, we can alter JDI and assess that, but I want to ask that we keep the employee in the effort. The effort doesn't have to be with the state. The effort can stand here with us, and that's what the state letter said. The state letter said that they were going to wash their hands. And I have my own assumptions about why the state is washing their hands. They've gradually done this. By doing this, there's a whole lot of other accountability pieces that don't have to be there. But I would say that the effort has been reformed. I think there's still some point there. And for a lot of people that have been given feedback to say that it might have done its time, to me, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because for the last 8 years, we've been stuck on a point of length of stays that people in the system have not took accountability for and doing. I want to say that before we get ready to solve the effort, that we've got to be in on the efforts that we can do. And I think the chair mentioned some of the pre-adjudication stuff with this R's. I think we need to kick into that. And I do think the effort has done a lot in holding points in time in the system. So even if we want to alter how JDI is, my plea to the board is to please agree to make the investment. You can move the employee here because, as the state said, they don't want to run it. And I think the question then is to hold the state accountable for the information and the other things that are there. Dave, to me, there's been hindrance sometime with data, but I do think the effort of the person is worthy, and my ask is for the board to hold the employee here. We can move them here and reconstitute how that happens. I'm not quite there yet. I think other people want to, but you know, my motion is, well, yeah, you know, I would make a motion and just ask for a second to continue to fund the employee. That's outside of this. So I would make a amendment to add to the motion from my reading of it to continue to employ the position at the county. So that's my amendment of language at the end to continue to employ the JDI coordinator at the county. So that's my ask for an amendment to the current motion. That's my motion to amend the current motion.
Is there a second?
I will second it with maybe some further conversation on the wording of that.
Okay. We're going to have a discussion just on the amendment of switching the state employee to be a county employee and putting that into the resolution. Let me start with Commissioner Friend.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week, a few of us, I think Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Garcia, and myself were at the Corrections Center ceremony, and I made the comments, and I stand by them. I think what happened there, and what's been happening over the last couple of years with our corrections facility and the initiative and the implementation of infrastructure there is good government. I think you can look at it based on the statistics, the data, the information that shows that an acute care system for the detained is valuable. And hopefully those numbers add up and we can prove that as we move forward. To me, there's good government, and this is not a slight on any opinions and ideas of any of the other commissioners on this board, because to Commissioner Kavanaugh's point earlier, I do think that we work pretty well together. And we don't sit up here and debate and throw each other under the bus, which I appreciate. I don't think this is good government. I think this is a state function. I said this last week, maybe the week before. I think this is a state function. I think the state can fund it. They've made a determination they don't want to fund it. And I think we have an awful lot of options available to us in this community to try to generate data, analysis, and implementation sources to get these type of things done. I equate this a little bit to what the private sector is actually trying to do to help the community, and then suddenly government believes that we've got the Harry Potter magic wand. We don't. I've been sitting here, and Commissioner Rogers can disagree with me. I've been sitting here for 4 years. I've been digging for the type of stuff that we've generated through JDI, and I can't find my way. Now there is data out there. I can't find my way to the path that shows effective government implementation. Haven't seen it. Now, I could be thick and a little bit tough on the uptake, and I'm willing to stay open-minded. This is money that can be redeployed, and I think we ought to redeploy it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll take one round. Again, this is on the motion, not on the main resolution. On the motion of making the state employee a county employee, I think it's perhaps not a strategic move. I think if we take time to finish this comprehensive report that Kim just reported on, and she said that by December, the full report will be released, and if upon those findings we see a need for some kind of coordinator that works on community partnerships, pre-adjudicated services, enhancing something on the early end of prevention, perhaps then we could add an employee under this juvenile justice kind of division. We also got to figure out where would the funding come from if we create this position all of a sudden, either now or in December, January timeframe. And so the funding piece would still be an issue there as well. I think most of you have seen how tight our budget is for next fiscal year. And big picture, again, this motion will continue the JDI kind of notion initiative. And I do think that the 15-year mark at this point has reached its culmination of energy to create the changes we're looking for. And it's time for an evolution into something different, some different kind of realignment that would include an emphasis on internal stakeholders, communicating, working with each other, challenging each other to improve the system, plus the addition of finding vehicles for working with community partners and the community voice and family voice as well. And I don't think JDI is that vehicle at this point. I've taken time over the last 4 years to talk with stakeholders, system stakeholders, one-on-one, I've also attended JDI meetings to just view their operations and get a feel for where things are at in that regard. And I don't think that's the vehicle that's going to move the needle at this point on detention numbers, on enhanced interventions earlier on in the system to prevent kids from even getting detained to begin with. I also don't think it's what's going to lead towards building capacity for placements in the community that are needed for kids that are sitting there, that have been authorized to be released. I also don't think it's the vehicle that's going to really move the needle on high-risk services. We know that there's a need for higher-risk youth and getting services for them in the community. That's a big topic that's currently on the table that needs to be addressed. And so I both have issues with how is it going to be funded, and I also take issue with it's not the proper vehicle at this year, 15 years later. And I think that there's a reason why JDI stakeholders and participants are not here advocating to keep it as well. I think many see that it's time for an evolution at this point. Commissioner Rogers?
Chair, I want to just be informative and just respond to some things on this, because I think, so Commissioner Friend stated the point of the effectiveness in not saying anything. I think it's spoken for itself over the years. When JDI first started, there was an average in the detention center of 220 kids. And each person in the system had their day in the light. I think JDI's played a hand with a lot of other things in regards to what this board, composed of at the time, led with state senators, which you are one, were one at the time that was driven out of here. The statute change to take status offenders out of DCYC was driven here. The statute change that nobody acts like is on the books, that a kid can't sit there for lack of placement, was driven out of here, and a few other things. So I think that piece speaks for itself. In regards to what it has brought to light, it brought to light the issues of pre-adjudication. It brought to light the length of stays in regards to things that happen. Now, in regards to the stakeholders that are saying that it's done its time, I question that and I challenge that, because the stakeholders that said it's done its time, those stakeholders are responsible for the stalemate that has happened. When you talk about the high-risk services that are needed, the high-risk services stand, and I have tried to be considerate of the fact that there are challenges. But when you say the state, the hiccup lies in one entity, and it is probation that is responsible for that high-risk service. When you have kids, 15 to 20 kids sitting there for lack of placement on a court order, it's clear whose responsibility that is. So when I take issue when they say it's done its time, and they have not done all that could be done to fulfilling that task. In regards to the money amount, we got 50% in right now, and adding 50% I think does not hurt, because even if you change ways with the process, which other counties around the country have done, they haven't changed with the personnel, because you still, no matter what happens with this last presentation of the preventative piece, you have to handle the kids that are there. And there's a chance that if you switch this person to a county employee, that probation may not give us access to the information. That's fine. I want to see them do that, because it speaks to their commitment to the cause, because in the letter, it says you're going to support what the local does. So if the local wants to do something, they should support it. I think the system players need to look at question it themselves, because the committee a year ago, and the probation says that they will support what the committee wants to do. The committee a year ago said it wanted to focus on length of stays. And to that point, it's been nominal what's been done, even though data has been presented on where things at. So a lot of this is not totally money situation. A lot of this is trying to do some new thing. Now, this is an instance where there could be a possibility to do some new things different, because they said they can't get the money, but no process has changed, and every process is in their hands. So I may have another 2 minutes. People have stated their piece, but, you know, I'll live whatever it is. There's still other ways to get there, but I do think JDI has been institutionalized and has done its fact in regards to putting things on track, but I do think the person is needed in that regard. So thank everybody.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Fahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am struggling a little bit with the path forward here, and I'm not thrilled with where we find ourselves at the moment. I think for me, the problem I see is not the, I think, institutional efficacy of JDI, because on all of those points, I think I find what Commissioner Rogers has to say very persuasive, and as well as Commissioner Borgeson. But JDI is only going to, it strikes me in my short time on this board, that JDI's only value is the investment that its participants put into it. And it does appear to me, again, I have a small sample size, that there has been a decrease in that investment from some, not all of the participants. And so that more has me questioning its value going forward, which is, for lack of a better word, a shame. Regarding the proposed amendment, my understanding is that we are currently funding half the salary of the JDI coordinator, half by Sherwood. So, but in moving that employee from state to county, I guess conceptually, and I don't know who would answer this, but I don't have an answer. Conceptually, the expenditure wouldn't change. The designation of the employee's employment can anyone speak to that? Am I correct on that?
Commissioners, I can speak to it if somebody turns my mic on. Is it on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Patrick Bloomingdale, County Administrator. So right now, as you're correct, it's 50% county, 50% Sherwood. We have not discussed with Sherwood the idea of having this person become a county employee. So I don't know what Sherwood would say. This person would not have access to any of the state data. So I don't know what this person's job description would look like. I mean, I would be hesitant. It's your call, but to commit to bringing on an employee without us even knowing really what the specific job responsibilities are going to be or how it's going to be paid for, I guess I would ask that you kind of get that figured out first.
So I guess, thank you, Mr. Bloomingdale. I just want to stress that I really don't take this decision lightly, neither on the motion or neither on the current motion or the underlying agenda item. The report we got from Ms. Havakati is a snapshot in time. And it's a snapshot in time of countless choices that have been made by political subdivisions to bring us to the point we are at. And it is an extremely dire one. And so the only thing I would stress to my colleagues, and I suspect everyone here has put the requisite consideration into this, but this is another one of those policy choices. And reasonable minds can differ on whether it's going to make things better or worse, but it's going to continue to feed in and paint this picture that we've got here. And every one of those we have to make with the gravity that it merits. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. Others on the motion to make the state JDI coordinator a county employee? If nothing else on that, we'll vote on the motion for the amendment, that is, first.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Okay, so just preparing in case this passes. It looks like the full resolution would largely stay the same except for just the first part of the last paragraph. So currently, before the amendment, or Commissioner Rogers' amendment, it would say, be it further resolved that this board will conclude the JDI efforts and funding as of July 31st, 2025. So Commissioner Rogers, your amendment would strike that and insert, could you just repeat the specific language you want the resolution to say in that part?
Basically, I would say that the board continue the JDI efforts and funding. I would would change that part, the board would change their efforts and funding. That really is the way to change the language to get it there.
I'm so sorry, I could just repeat that again.
At the bottom, to me, without trying to say specifically the employee part, it was that the board would continue the JDI effort and funding as of this date. That's the cleanest way, I think, to get it.
Okay. All right, continue the JDI effort and funding. Okay. So just so we're all clear, before I get the vote up, we are voting on Commissioner Rogers' amendment. And you can begin voting whenever you're ready. Motion fails. Commissioner Rogers and Borgeson voting yes. All other commissioners voting no.
That takes us back to the main motion, which is the approval of the resolution on the agenda as amended to say July 31st, 2025. So I'll take a second quick round here as well, just to reaffirm some of the stuff I was saying and also give a commitment to tackling some of the things that I think we're all saying in regards to enhanced services in juvenile justice and trying to move the needle. I was going to also mention a little bit on the pre-adjudicated side, really delving deep into what more can be done to not only divert kids from being detained that are pre-adjudicated, but also for those that are in the detention center. You know, I agree with Commissioner Rogers. You know, if their average time of stay as of a recent report is 90 days, what can we do to improve that? Why do they need to be there for 90 days if they're pre-adjudicated? What more can we do that is within our realm of control and jurisdiction as a county on the pre-adjudicated side to enhance those services, those possibilities for alternatives, different placements that will both lessen that stay of 90 days on average and even prevent you from being detained or having to be there longer than necessary that are pre-adjudicated. So that is within our realm as county government. We recently talked about expanding our home program to include youth that have been released but still have a court hearing coming up in a few weeks. They are currently don't have case management or wraparound services. So we've talked about expanding the home program to include those youth as well. And that would help for them not to commit further infractions while they wait for court and have resources as well for their families and for themselves as youth. There's other things we can look at that will, I think, enhance the comprehensive way that we approach things in the community. We've mentioned better collaboration with schools. I definitely agree with that and exploring how we can do that and align ourselves with the school system and their efforts and ourselves as well. While we may be at different stages in the system, I do think we can enhance how we collaborate and communicate with each other. I mentioned a little bit earlier, there's been a lot of talk about family resource centers for families that need to be connected resources with transportation, with gyms and other things that they are looking for as families. We have funded partially the Bridge nonprofit, and how are those efforts going and how are we ensuring that they are reaching that early prevention intervention that we kind of envisioned for the Bridge nonprofit. I mentioned Terrell McKinney. Senator Terrell McKinney recently passed his legislation to provide $500,000 for 5 years per year towards a family resource center / Jack kind of initiative. So we really should be reaching out to see how we can have some synergy there. The mayor during his campaign talked a lot about family resource centers. So we want to make sure, my point is we want to make sure we're not all working in silos. We want to make sure we're actually talking to each other and leveraging our resources to actually come together to serve our families together as a community and as different levels of government. instead of working in those silos. So I think there's a lot that we can tackle, lean into, and try to realign, both starting this year and moving forward. I would still be in favor at this point of concluding the JDI initiative by July 31st with the continued commitment to really tackle everything that's been mentioned today through our own county services and in partnership with the many partners that are in the juvenile justice system. Let me go to Commissioner Fahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really appreciate all of the sort of to-do list that you just articulated, because I think you're absolutely right, and you've obviously put time and thought into it. I just want to skip ahead to say that the answer we're going to find at the end of that is probably we're going to need to hire somebody to do that. So I would just prepare this board for that eventuality. Now, I didn't vote on Commissioner Rogers' motion because I just don't think I have enough questions answered in my head today how that would work. I appreciated it, but I think that's probably going to be the ultimate place we find ourselves, is that we need to hire someone to further this coordination effort, because everything you just articulated is far too much to put on the plate of any one person. I think the county is currently employing for those purposes, and too much for any one commissioner. But I appreciate you articulating the list, because it's very needed.
Thank you. Commissioner Borgerson?
I would ask that I be able to submit an alternative amendment to this, in that last, be it resolved that this board will continue funding for fiscal year 25-26 and will work towards tackling the latest issues and leave the rest of it there. I think I completely understand what you just said, and actually that makes my point, I think, in having, again, a knowledgeable, experienced employee that we can have take off and lead these efforts in what we need to continue to do. While it may not, I think what I'm hearing is everybody has more of an angst with the JDAI issue. And again, this, I think, takes care of that. We'll move to a new direction and still continue the funding, which again, you know, I know that there has to be conversation with Sherwood, but we can work that out, I think. And if that doesn't work, then I think we ask that this be laid over so that we can have further conversation through our budgeting process that we fund this in some way, shape, or form. So, but I'll try this one first to see what happens. So that's my motion.
Okay, could you, I think I understood it, but could you repeat it one more time?
That this board just that in that last, therefore be it resolved, that this board will continue funding as of, we'll just use the date, as of July 1st, 2025, or July 31st, and we'll work towards tackling the latest issues, and the rest will continue on. Okay, as a point of clarification for the continued funding part of it, would that person still be a state employee or a county employee now? Employee.
Okay.
I don't think we could keep that person as a state employee.
Just making sure.
I don't think we could.
Just making.
Commissioners, I'm sorry to jump in. We don't have that position, which we can't just transfer this person into a position that doesn't exist. We would have to create the position, we'd have to post for the position, we'd have to interview people, and then we could determine who that person would be. So we can't just, it's not as simple as just transferring a state employee over to the county employee. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to?
Well, I understand that, and again, I guess that even makes my point even more valid, that we, again, should have had further conversation about this position and where we were going with it, especially through our budgeting process, that I think has a lot to be desired here lately, but that's just my opinion. But I understand what has been said about the not knowing what the position is, but I'm just trying to find a way, because we're already funding it, that we continue it until we have further, again, strategic conversation about it.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers?
Can you make it a contract employee with no benefits to figure it out?
Okay, so if you know what the person's responsibilities are going to be, you could make it a contract employee. One of the concerns I still have is that probation will not share their information with a county employee or a contract employee. That's one of the big reasons why we transferred JDI to the state. It used to be a county position. We transferred to the state primarily to clean up these issues of getting access to the information. So I would just be concerned about, you might want to put some more thought into how this would work before you actually take some binding action.
Well, and just to continue this as with the chair's consent as part of my last 2 minutes on this, you know, the issue of it not being a county employee to some degree I'm not worried about, because if probation says they're going to yield and work with the counties and we want data and they don't, that speaks to itself. That clearly speaks to itself. And the, you know, the position was transferred because probation wanted to have that statewide. So now that they're walking away, it goes back to where it was. But just know, if they would decide not to do anything with the data, that speaks volumes in itself about a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll take a final round here as well. Just to talk a little bit about, again, positions in general. No, because keeping in mind that we do have Kim Avocati, who has agreed to stay with us in a part-time capacity within her role that she's had, and to continue to do that for the foreseeable future. And we appreciate her knowledge that she coordinates at that high level in regards to juvenile justice grants and coordination with everything mentioned today and beyond. We also got to keep in mind we do have Dr. Abby Carball, who is in charge of data and collection of data points, and also a little bit of support on the research and grants as well, and other duties as assigned now at the detention center under Rondi's supervision. So we do have somebody that has a high competency and a responsibility for data as well, on top of all our staff at the JAC and all our staff at the detention center and contractors, services, partners, vendors, et cetera. So I do think that I'm not against building capacity in our juvenile justice umbrella internally as county employees. I just think we can take some time to let this report finalize itself, as well as other analysis of the bigger picture of overall county services, see where we do need to expand. We've talked about a home program expansion that would add staff there as well, which would require funding. And so I don't think we're quite ready to move to create a whole new position all of a sudden here today, but I'm not against it in the future after some comprehensive strategic analysis of what that means structurally and as far as job duties and what makes sense. You know, if we're gonna dedicate $100,000+ towards a new position, full-time position with benefits, then let's make sure we structure it properly and the duties make 100% sense, and we put it where it needs to be for the foreseeable future and everything that we're talking about in regards to services, needs, voids, et cetera. So I would still be in favor of concluding JDI in the position here on July 31st and having those robust discussions in the near future. Any other final comments or questions? Otherwise, we'll vote on the main motion.
Motion passes 5-2. Commissioner Rogers and Borgeson voting no. All other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you. Okay. Before we go on to 4B, the clerk, in his keen eye, has caught another typo in 4A. So he would like us to reconsider that resolution simply for the purpose of amending the first whereas. It currently says John Ewing was reelected to the position of Douglas County Assessor/Register of Deeds in November of 2022 for the term of 23-26, which is the term that was unexpired that Tim Kavanaugh just took on. So it's a simple amendment. If we can reconsider 4A, make that amendment to make sure it's correct, and then vote on the amended item. So can I get a motion to reconsider 4A?
Commissioner, I'm just going to jump in here. I think you can do that by interlineation. It's not a substantive change. It's a typo.
Legal counsel, what do you think?
Yeah, obviously this person was not elected to the Registry of Deeds assessor. So to me, it's a simple correction that doesn't require you to re-vote on it. But it's...
Teresa?
Teresa, York County Attorney's Office. Just for the sake of being cautious, I would let's do the motion to reconsider. I don't disagree with Patrick, but I do think it's a little different than if I just, transpose 2 letters or something like that. And so we're here, it's still available to the board. Let's just correct it.
I make the motion.
All right. Motion by Morgan to reconsider 4A. Second by Friend. Vote on that quick.
Yeah, we'll just do a voice vote on these.
All right.
Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Fahey, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers, Mr. Chair.
Yes. All right. Now we'll take a motion to amend the first whereas where it says register, where it says assessor/register of deeds. We're going to change that to treasurer. Do I have a motion to make such amendment by Morgan? Second by Friend. We'll vote on that.
Also to include the previous amendment to the fourth whereas.
Yes.
So, okay. Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Fahey, Commissioner Friend,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we'll go to 4B, cancellation of treasurer's collection, 3430 North 167th Street, Omaha, Nebraska 68116. Is Mr. Mike Reed here from Weed Control? Oh, there you are.
I am. Hello, Mike Reed, Douglas County Environmental Services, Noxious Weed Control Superintendent. Good morning, Board. The amount is not on the new business item B. The amount should be $351.72. And this goes back to the liens collection that was adopted by the board back in January. So my office will collect weed control services, our bills that we send out for 60 days, and then state statute says after 60 days, those bills will become a treasurer's collection. So the board adopted those liens back in January. And Kaylee Blair from Eon Services, the owner of 3430 North 167th Street, contacted my office in May that they had paid the bill. The Exhibit A shows a clerical error on the check that was submitted, and so that check was not applied to the bill, and so this item will resolve the collection for that property. Kaylee Blair from Eon Services said that the property is currently under development, and the treasurer's collection has put a stop on the development and the permitting and development for the property. So it's my recommendation, since the bill was paid last September, I have it in Exhibit A, September 13th, 2024, that the bill would be canceled by the board. This is the procedure that the treasurer's office has outlaid for resolving these items once it's gone to collection.
All right. Motion by Borgeson, second by Friend to approve the cancellation. Any comments or questions? All right, let's vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Reed. There's a motion by Commissioner Borgeson for a 2-minute recess. Is there a second? Second by Fahey. We'll quick vote on that.
Do a voice vote. Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Fahey, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rogers, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes. We're recessed at 11:11 a.m.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're going to re-adjourn from our recess here. I think we have everyone. Okay, motion to reconvene. By Morgan, second by Friend.
Commissioner Borgeson? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Fahey? Commissioner Friend? Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, we were on new business 4B with the cancellation, which we approved. The presentation listed there was actually a duplicate typo. It's also listed under finance, so we'll just go ahead and take it under finance, which brings us into public hearings, section 7. All right, so section 7, item A is a public hearing for Class D license for TFL Incorporated, DBA Mega Saver at the address listed on the final agenda, manager application for Kamal Samiv. This one actually was opened at the last board meeting on June 24th, so the public hearing remains open, and we'll hear from you.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Ray. Back again for this one. I apologize not getting it all taken care of last time. Everything's been sent out to nearby businesses, so I'm here to try to get that license approved today.
Very good. Questions or comments from anyone? We'll close the public hearing first if there's no further questions. And I have a motion by Commissioner Morgan for approval, second by Borgeson. We'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Okay, we'll go to 7B, application requesting approval of the preliminary and final plat of a farmstead lot splits at the Posh Estates on the address listed on the agenda. And we'll hear from Laura.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Laura Dietrich, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. I'm going to offer just a little bit of context on the regulation that allows a farmstead lot split. As you'll see, there's 2 on the agenda this morning. So a farmstead lot split allows an ag zone parcel to split away the homestead or the home and the ag buildings from the larger portion. It will require a rezone of that smaller portion to rural residential, which will also follow this application or both applications. This will not create an additional building lot out of the ag zone parcel. So with that being said, the first one is Posh Estate. They are splitting off about 3.5 acres with the homestead on it away from the ag zone parcel. Planning Commission heard this at their June 18th meeting and recommended approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Sounds good. Any questions, Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, Laura, thanks for the information. And you and I did speak about this off to the side, but I couldn't remember what you told me, or we didn't talk about it. Did the planning board have to deviate from the future land use agreement?
This does not deviate from the future land use map.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chair, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll close the public hearing for item B. What is the will of the board?
Second.
Motion by Borgeson to approve, second by Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll take up item C, an application to approve a rezone for agriculture zoning to rural residential zoning for our farmstead lot split, also at the Posh Estates. I will open the public hearing for this item.
Again, this is just rezoning that newly created little parcel with the homestead on it to a rural residential property. Again, the Planning Commission heard this at their June 18th meeting and recommended approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? All right, I will close the public hearing. What is the will of the board? Motion approved by Borgeson, second by Friend. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Item D, application requesting approval of the preliminary and final plot of a farmstead lot split at Batten Acres at the address listed on the agenda. I will open the public hearing for this item.
Laura Dietrich, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. Again, this is just a farmstead lot split. It's splitting away that homestead away from the ag zone parcel. This one, again, is about 3 1/4 to 3 1/2 acres that they're splitting away from that larger ag parcel. Again, this will not create an additional building lot, and that larger piece will remain ag. And then I will follow up with a request to rezone this piece to rural residential.
Okay.
Planning Commission recommended approval at their June 18th meeting, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions or comments? If none, I will close the public hearing. Was Will? Motion approved by Bergerson, second by Friend for item D. Please, or was it C? I'm sorry. Yeah, it was D. Okay. For item D. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Very good. We'll go to item E, application to remove a rezone from agriculture zoning to rural residential zoning for a farmstead lot split, also at Batten Acres at the address listed on the agenda. I will open the public hearing for this item.
Laura Dietrich, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. This is just the required rezone that goes with the farmstead lot split. It will be rezoned to rural residential. Planning Commission heard this at their June 18th meeting, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions or comments? If none, I will close the public hearing. Where's the will of the board? Motion approved by Borgeson, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item F is an application from Jeff Stoll for an amendment to the future land use map of the comprehensive plan to allow a low-density residential designation of parcel listed on the agenda there. I will open the public hearing for item F.
Laura Dietrich, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. This application has 2 parts to it again. The first part of the application is to amend the future land use map of the comprehensive plan to allow for a lower density residential designation instead of the medium density residential. What this will allow eventually, if this passes and the rezone after this is approved, they would be able to file a preliminary and final plat for a subdivision. So the request on this application is to kind of down zone from a medium density residential to a low density residential. The Planning Commission heard this at their June 18th meeting and recommended approval. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Commissioner Fahey?
Thank you very much for this. What necessitates the redesignation?
The future land use map has different areas on the map that are designated for kind of different things, and a lot of the county's land is ag, and we have a portion that can be served by municipal services that is designated as a medium density residential. And part of that reason that it is designated that way is because it can hook up to services at some point. So that would be a requirement of this if this moves forward. So the designation is really based on the location and being able to be served by municipal services. Does that answer your question, or can I answer something else?
Why do they want it now redesignated as low density, I guess is my question.
Okay, so I'll answer to the best of my ability, but I also have Jason Thielen with ENA here, and he is one of the applicants and the developers on the project, so he might be able to answer some more. What they want to do is develop a subdivision, and they feel like the requirements of the density of a medium density residential is 6 to 12 units per acre. And they feel like that is a really high ask. So they are asking for a lower density residential designation, which would be up to 4 units per acre.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go to Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Laura, the key, maybe I'm being redundant, the key to some of this, when the Planning Commission heard this and they're going to deviate from the future land use map, they allow for that deviation. The key to the whole thing, as far as the Planning Commission was concerned, was the ability, if they're going to create less density, to connect to city sewer and the municipal services, correct? I mean, so in other words, let's say, so here's what I'm getting at. Let's say there's 4 or 5 other landowners out in western Douglas County or out near Valley, and they say, you know what, you did it for Mr. Stoll, why can't you do it for us? And I would say, I'm oversimplifying, the answer is, you're nowhere near MUD services right now.
Right.
I mean, is that fair?
That is very fair. The services most likely will never extend over that ridge line. So this parcel is about, it's southeast of 192nd and Bennington Road. That area can be serviced.
Final question, and you and I have never talked about this. When municipal services are being put in, when MUD is laying that pipe, who pays for that infrastructure?
The developer does.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else on this item? If not, I will close the public hearing. What is the will of the board? Motion approved by Borgson. Any seconds? Second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And the final public hearing is item G, application from Jeff Stoll for a rezone of the parcel listed on the final agenda. I will open the public hearing for this item.
Laura Dietrich, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. Again, this is the second part to the application. So if they were to move forward in this process, they would have to rezone the land as it is today. So currently it's zoned ag, and because of the approval of that lower density designation that you just approved, they can request that it be rezoned to that R1 designation today to move forward with their project. The Planning Commission heard this at their June 18th meeting and recommended approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Comments or questions? If none, we'll close the public hearing. Will of the board? Motion by Borgson to approve, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks, Laura.
Commissioners. Have a good day.
You're busy today. Thank you. All right, we'll go to our committees at this point. Under finance, we have A1, budget report as presented. Under finance A2, we had listed a presentation by the PBC Public Building Commission for their 25-26 proposed budget. I gave the board a little bit of context on this request, but I'll give a quick overview for public's sake. This was prompted just from a desire for a little bit more information and concrete numbers on the PBC's request from us, Douglas County, in regards to their budget for 25-26. What also kind of caught some eyes, at least on my end, is some preliminary figures that were in the range of 7.1% of an increase of their budget from the county, and preliminary figures of 1.8 million increase in our rents from one year to the next. I think those figures have been reduced as of yesterday. So emphasis on preliminary. And I know that the PBC will be meeting this Thursday morning as well to further discuss their own operations in regards to budget creation and ultimate approval in September. I would request just the exploration of maybe a slightly better alignment between our finance directors at the county and the PBC in regards to timing of budgeting. I know that it's been tough on our end in county admin to try to get our budget approval and final numbers in place when we have big offices like the PBC. I know it's not one of our county departments, but it is an office that we fund nonetheless. And to have those numbers still being fluid even this week has been difficult for our budgeting. We were initially targeting today to approve our budget, actually, but that's been pushed back to July 29th. Nonetheless, it would be helpful to have those more concrete figures on an annual basis around the same time that we request it from all other departments and partners in the April timeframe. So that would be much appreciated from the PBC, alongside also just, we know that we went through some years where the budget was a little more rich, and we were able to give individuals and departments and partners mostly what they wanted when assessments were going well and ARPA funding came in, but we're under new times at this point with LB 34 or is it 24? My bad. The legislation from last year's special session giving us those caps and everything that's going on. We just have to be a little more careful of the amounts that come in as requested by different partners in departments. So that initial 7.1 figure and that initial $2 million increase was just a bit of a red flag that led to a request for this presentation. But I know the dialogue will be continued by our reps, Commissioner Rogers and Commissioner Kavanaugh, who are our reps on the PBC and the overall PBC board. So with that, that's the context I wanted to briefly provide. I know Commissioner Kavanaugh has a light.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with that. The difference between budgeting schedules, I think, is something that we do need to try to resolve. I don't know how much of that is statutory and how much of that is administrative, but I know from my discussions with the building commission personnel that there is some difference in when we report and when they report, and if we can resolve those, I think that would be good for everybody. We should get the preliminary budget on Thursday, and happy to share that with everybody on the board and our finance director. And then bringing the two finance directors together, I think, makes all kinds of sense. I don't know what we need to do today, but I do appreciate the heads up. And I think, kind of making it a little more transparent is good. And that's why I have, for years, advocated our finance committee have regular hearings on departments. I would include the building commission coming before us for that. We discontinued that some years ago, and I'm not comfortable with us receiving a budget, whether it's today or on the 29th, without any hearings on a department by department, office by office basis. So I think if we work on both of those things, we'll come up with a much more effective, frugal, and transparent budgeting process. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the building commission will be able to have the number in time in the future. Just note that number is going to be preliminary because it has to wait. So in some discussions that'll be able to work out. So that's not an issue. Just note that just some of the discussions, the building commission takes a little blame on that. There was a new software system. There were a couple of new changes, and some changes in that software system caused some of that fluctuation and just a change in leadership in some places and some first time in doing some numbers. So to your original question, they'll be able to meet that to line up next time. Just know it'll be preliminary, and note that it's preliminary because of the process that we used to do. The state auditor had particular angst, and so we needed to adjust based on that. and not wanting to get in conflict with the state auditor's office. So it'll be able to be ready next year.
Thank you. Appreciate that from both our reps on the PBC. And we'll wait to hear back on those concrete numbers on what is the actual rent request. 3%? Okay. That would be fantastic. That is our target for all partners, offices, and departments. Very good. Anybody else on this item before we move forward? All right, very good. We'll keep moving on here. Under Child and Youth Services, we did have this resolution as far as the salary of the JEDI coordinator. It's more of a technical resolution because the previous resolution bumped back the conclusion from June 30th to July 31st in order for us to have this discussion today. And so that, in turn, kept the position going through July. So this one would provide that funding for the position through July 31st to coincide with the other resolution that concluded the initiative on July 31st. We have a motion and a second? Motion by Rogers. C1. Second by Borgerson. Discussion on the item? Otherwise, we'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Under Community Services, we have item 1, discussion/action on the 25-26 Visitor Improvement Fund allocation recommendations submitted by the Visitors Committee. I know we do have Mr. Jay Lund on Zoom and Commissioner Kavanaugh, who's the chair of Community Services. So I will toss it to Commissioner Kavanaugh first.
Thank you. This is the result of months and months of effort by community members and partners. The Visitors Improvement Consultation Committee, which Mr. Lund, who joins us today, is the vice chair of. Our own staff, particularly Catherine Hall, who does great work on this, and others who have come together and given this their best efforts. Nothing's perfect, but we are happy that we have rebounded in terms of revenues. We are working on an accurate total of our 24-25 revenues, which are the result of the hotel tax. And because it's a fiscal year, those revenues were only final at the end of June. So we estimated revenues at about $5 million for this cycle. It's not going to be exactly that. There will be probably a surplus carried over, and we might be able to do some additional work with that. What we have discovered in the last year is that we have, since COVID, been increasing the amount every year, and that's probably resulting now in surpluses, not major surpluses, but surpluses because we determine the grant before the fiscal year ends, and so there's always a gap of a few weeks or a month between those two events where revenues would accrue over our estimated amount. So we're hopeful that we can, maybe do something with that in the interim. Everybody who participated in this, I think, deserves a pat on the back. This is a real community effort, and we do a lot of good in the community for a lot of people. We try to spread the wealth as much as possible. Like I said, nothing's perfect, but this is the best effort of a lot of dedicated people, public servants and private citizens, and people involved in making our community a better tourist attraction. It's a constant effort. The Community Services Committee is holding ongoing hearings regarding how do we make this better going forward. And I know that Jay and that group of folks who do this out of pretty much kindness of their heart without any compensation deserve a special shout out and thank you from us for their participation in this important public service. So nobody gets 100% of what they want. There's always people who are, not particularly 100% satisfied. We do the best we can with what we've got, and going forward, we will try to do better. But this year, I think, was a good year. We're back up over the COVID shortfall, and we're able to do more with those revenues than we have in past years. So with that, I'd make a motion that we approve this year's grant awards.
Motion to approve the recommendations by Kavanaugh. And we'll still have more discussion after the motion. Second by Fahey. We'll go to Commissioner Borgerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure about the surplus conversation, but that may have to happen at a different time. But I do want to, I'm first very disappointed in not getting the appropriate response to a question that I had asked. And while Mr. Lund, who is on the committee, responded to an email, that was not my request. And I still have a lot of questions in terms of not funding a particular event that we had funded in previous years, and understand that there was a dwindling down of funding this, but it still makes no sense to me. And that is the Outland Trophy Award dinner. And two of the main points of the response from Mr. Lund was that the committee felt the grant was not a good fit, i.e. to improve visitor attractions, and the committee did not recommend an award for the purpose of a bid fee to acquire an event because the expense is too speculative. And Mr. Mancuso, who runs the event, did respond by clarifying that the grant is a visitor attraction, which I agree with. It's a national event. They bid it to bring it to our community, and it's multiple days, multiple events into this one. It's not just a one-day award dinner and not a fundraising event. It's a visitor attraction. It improves our visitor attractions, just like the festivals, many lifestyle and other events that do not improve facilities. They're just an event. It brings in college football, sports themes to the community. And with any grant, once viewed as eligible, then the committee would review the dollars awarded and the impact should come into play. One of the comments was made that it only brings in 30% of folks to the area, which I find curious as a comment, because there's things we're recommending to fund that actually bring nobody into this community. But I will make the caveat that it adds the quality, increases the quality of life for our community, but that doesn't, in my opinion, make a whole lot of sense. It also, the statute also specifically acquiring or expanding exhibits for visitor attractions qualified for funding, and the fee that is paid by the National Football Writers Association and the fee or a bid to acquire the event to our community to be the host city. They pay that, Outland Trophy pays that, just as if there are other things that are also paying those bids, the Egyptian mummies display, and actually even the NCAA things that we do. So I'm a little disappointed in, this has been, again, funded way back. I mean, this is like the 29th or 30th year of this event, and why it was deemed not eligible anymore, I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. So I'm hoping that with Commissioner Kavanaugh stating that there is a surplus, that we may be able to have a conversation to provide some dollars to this long-term event that does certainly bring individuals into the community and is a visitor attraction. And I guess I will continue to pursue a conversation with our legal and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with almost everything that Commissioner Borgeson just said. And the interesting part about this is, to me, last year I had some issues, and they were similar, I guess, to what we're dealing with this year. I want to start off by saying I do believe that this board did great work. I looked at all the numbers. They had some really hard decisions to make, and to Commissioner Kavanaugh's point, they did a really good job. I mean, as good as you can do based on the circumstances. But I equate this a little bit, could be wrong, but I equate this a little, the Visitor Improvement Fund and the way we disperse a bit to a strange Board of Equalization process that we have. It's not, I shouldn't say it's strange, to a unique Board of Equalization process that we have, in my opinion. You can't really equate them. I mean, they're not analogous, but let me give you my point. The county we implement processes all the time to attempt to reduce a little bit of confusion and public consternation and everything else, and also to make the decision-making a little bit more effective. So in other words, if you took 7 people on a board and you were analyzing all of these categories that the Visitor Improvement Fund has to go through, or further, with the Board of Equalization, where you took 7 people on this board, we're all part of the Board of Equalization, and you analyzed every one of these protests, it would take a long time. So we're trying to streamline or put processes in place that make everything more effective, right? The problem with that is that it takes away a certain part of our statutory authority. So in other words, we're the ones that are on the hook for this $5 million. We are, because that's the statutory authority. So it takes a little bit of that decision making away from us. It also arguably waters it down a little bit. Now, we can make a change right here. Somebody can make a change and give money to the Outland Trophy dinner and an event for the weekend. We never do that. Just like akin to the Board of Equalization process, my first year here, I think Commissioner Morgan convinced me to help him, and we started making decisions on this board and subverting the referee's process, if you will. Now, we have that authority, we can do it, but it got weird. The process that we have in place isn't always finding the effectiveness that we sought to achieve. And if there is an organization that's not receiving money, and we have 8 organizations in 4 different categories out there within that are applying for this money through the Visitor Improvement Fund, and they're not generating heads and beds, you could go back to the statute and you can go, well, they probably shouldn't get any money. But we're giving it to them because, to Commissioner Borgenson's point, they're good. These are good events. I guess what I'm getting at is, I wouldn't say this is a mess, but it's tough to get your hands wrapped around. We could probably, each one of us, we could probably dictate to you how many calls we get about people not getting money. Well, it's the nature of the beast. So can the Visitor Improvement Committee, I'll bet. It's not a perfect process, I get it, but I think we need changes, and maybe not wholesale changes, but I think we ought to make some changes. Mr. Chair, that's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
I appreciate these comments. I sharing them. I get calls because I am chair of the committee on numerous occasions from people not satisfied with their funding levels or not receiving fundings. I'm sensitive to that, and we should be, because we, as Commissioner Friend says, we have the authority and the responsibility. And I don't think that we should divorce those two. If we have the responsibility to make this happen, well, then we should exercise a certain amount of authority to see that it happens right. Same as on property taxes, same as on Board of Equalization. I mean, we do have experts that inform us on all of these things. And, you know, if you hire them, you should rely on them. But every once in a while, I mean, we have to exercise our authority to exercise our independent judgment. And, that's true on Board of Equalization, it's true on this, it's true on, the juvenile justice items that we just talked about, across the board. It's a balancing test. We're going to be holding hearings, as I've indicated. I would suggest the Finance Committee do the same so that we can have more exercise of our authority on this policy-making process and maybe on the next funding cycle. And in addition to, adjusting the fiscal year a little bit so that we capture accurate amounts of revenue, we should look at the overall revenue agreement that was signed before I came on this board as a resolution of this board that splits the actual revenue, which is twice what we have here, into halves. It's 5 million here, but it's really 10 million from the tax itself, with the tourism agency that's run by the city. Well, we don't have to do that. That's a resolution that we passed. And if it's half, it doesn't have to be half. We could revisit that as well. So all of these things are on the table, and I'm very, very sensitive. I talked to Mr. Mancuso. I talked to others regarding their, funding levels, and I continue to be open to that. We will continue to work on that. In the meantime, Jay, thank you. Please relay to the board our appreciation. And if you've got anything to add, now's the time.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners, and Commissioner Kavanaugh, committee chair, for hosting the meeting the other week. I will just add this and apologize for folks that have heard me say this a lot. I think I'm on my fifth cycle here, and prior to me joining the committee, I actually was an applicant through a program in Blackstone District, and frankly, it was kind of hard to really find out much about it, and where was the application, how do you submit it, this and that. No fault of anybody on the county staff who does awesome work on this. It was just a little less known. So I said this in the meeting the other day. Maybe one of the only good things to come out of COVID was the much greater awareness of this committee's work. And so I would say that we've got, as we move to virtual meetings and all this, so I would say the fund has never been better known, and has never been more transparent. I would think that the process has never been maybe more thorough, with Todd Simon's approach to some of it, with some spreadsheets and some different formulas that we try to apply to such a difficult process. So the only downside of the awareness is that now we just have more applicants. So we had the same exact amount of money as last year, but you continue to get more awareness and more applicants. So we'll continue to do the best job that we can. To the Outland Trophy, I'll just speak to that quickly as well. Nothing that I think that the committee has decided means to discount the quality of that event and Mr. Mancuso's work and the long history with the city. So we think it's a great event, but just with council and further discussion with the committee, some of the things about it are problematic, as you read, in the email and some other responses. So anyways, that wasn't brief, but thank you all for your work on this as well.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Borgerson.
Yes. Again, first of all, thank you for the work. And again, my comments aren't because I don't think that you put in the hard work. I just don't necessarily agree with how we're doing this. And we're getting more applications, but we're getting more applications that really don't bring visitors into this community. And we're looking at this fund way differently, in my opinion, than we have in the past. I'm all for looking at things that add the quality of life to our community, but that's not what the purpose of this fund was, that's funded through hotel motel tax. That's what I think we have to have the conversation of. being out there, being known, again, has brought a lot of applicants in that, again, don't bring visitors into this community. And yet we're funding them and not things that we funded. And I'm just pointing out the one because that's the one who contacted me, as well as I'm sure he contacted everybody else on the board. But that just doesn't make any sense to me. And again, I think we have to have, and I did tune in to the committee, and it wasn't what I thought it was going to be in terms of conversation about that very issue. And I think that we just need to have that conversation. If the board decides that that's the direction they want to go with this fund, then that's the direction this board decides. But we need to take, I think, a really, really hard look, because in my opinion, that is not following state statute. And that's what we need to have that conversation about. So again, I am so thankful that there are people who even want to do this, this work, and they're volunteers, and I appreciate that. I just disagree with what is happening and has happened with these funds in the past. And then lastly, again, I do hope that if there is a surplus, we can revisit some of those requests that were denied and take a real hard look at, again, their ability to be applicable to the state statutes, and that we could fund them even though it's not part of this process. But until we get the thing figured out a little bit better, I again think that we're funding way too much that does not bring in visitors, that are just community activities or events, and that, to me, we aren't following the proper procedures for state law. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions on this item? Yes, go ahead.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I want to address some of the things that were said because I've been following the process for a couple cycles, and I would say that Catherine Hall does an amazing job making sure that we applicants understand the process and what the money is for. And then also Commissioner Kavanaugh, he says some good things. One comment he said one time is that that somebody didn't get an award in a grant. That's a grant process, and so we just really have to understand that there's going to be recipients and there's going to be denied contracts, and that's happens in all the industries. But to the point that there's applicants and their programs that aren't bringing in anybody in, we don't know that for sure because we don't have a method of measuring which projects are bringing in people from outside the country. So I don't agree with the sentiment that there's nobody being brought in by certain recipients. And the law doesn't talk about goodwill, and goodwill can be an asset to an effort. So like if there was a reputable person that got brought in, and that's the only person that was brought in from outside the state, that could be a good thing. That could have an amazing impact for Omaha and Douglas County. So I've mentioned that we need to find a way to have a tracking system. For example, the Omaha Visitor Bureau needs to promote every one of these events or projects on their website. The county should be continually promoting them on their social media, and somebody even said it during this plenary session as well. And then the technology that could be used to track participation, that hasn't been invested in. So maybe the surplus should be used to augment the operations of the committee, giving them maybe like $30,000 to bring in 9 people to attend these events, concerts or whatever. There's some museum showcases as well, and see what's transpiring. Give them like an iPad to track who's there, and then also have the recipients also track zip codes. That's not hard to do. Nonprofits do it all the time. If somebody goes into their building, they ask for a zip code. So things like that could be something that the surplus can finance. And then also I wanted to say that I looked up this agenda item, and this is a great example of how an agenda item should be placed on the on your agenda. With the attachment, it has the request, and then it has the resolution, and then it also has here the Douglas County Visitor Improvement Fund Committee rules, and then some statistical information about who was funded, and then also visitor fund agreement, and then interim reports, and then the final report. That is a complete showcase of this agenda item, which doesn't happen a lot in other items.
That's time. Thank you so much, Luis. Other questions or comments on this item? If not, we'll vote on the recommended list here. Oh, yep, go ahead.
The new guy question on having not voted on these. I apologize for not clarifying before. Is it our on the consent agenda? I know we'll hold off an item if somebody's got a conflict. Is there a practice for that in this case?
Conflict of interest or?
Pull the one. All right. Can I make a request to pull a particular one?
Particular recommendation?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. We could vote on that one separately. That's fine.
Then I'd request to pull the Tri-Faith Initiative and the River City Mixed Chorus.
Okay. So, do we have to strike those from the resolution technically?
I think we just set it aside for a separate.
I know, but I'd rather not vote on it at all.
Board members or board members.
Well, I can do that. As long as we're not going to imperil quorum, I'm okay abstaining from the whole package as well if it's going to make more trouble.
Yeah. It's just that sometimes there's actual resolutions that go with these, so you have to actually strike things from the resolution. But if you're okay abstaining, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's fine. You could just give your reason for abstaining.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Is that fine?
Okay.
All right. We'll vote on the recommendations.
Motion passes. Commissioner Fahey abstaining, Commissioners Borgeson and Friend voting no, all other commissioners voting yes.
Okay. And as our newest commissioner, it's recommended by council that we give our reason for abstaining. Yep. What you did, but go ahead.
Due to board membership.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Jay and Todd, for joining us on Zoom and for the committee's work. Much appreciated. We'll move on our agenda here. Under Human Resources, we have 2 items. One is the weekly personnel report from Civil Service as presented, and 2 is approve Holmes Murphy to serve as the county's health insurance benefits consultants. Karen or Patrick, were you going to say anything about this, or HR committee chair? Was anybody going to say anything about this? Or do we just go right in? All right, there's a handout being given to us. And Karen at the podium.
Good morning, Commissioners. Karen Butch, Human Resources Director. Periodically, we decide to go out for a request for proposal for benefit consultants. It had been a number of years. We had finished 2 full contracts with Lockton. and felt it was appropriate at this time to go out for an RFP. We worked with the purchasing department. We received 6 submissions. In reviewing those 6, it was decided to interview 4 of those organizations. The 4 organizations that were interviewed were Alliant, which is currently our provider, our benefit consultants for our voluntary benefits, Lockton, who was our existing benefit consultant, and then we also interviewed Holmes Murphy and Hub, which was formerly known as Silverstone, for those of you may not be familiar with them. After the interviews were conducted, I was not present. I was out on a leave of absence, but there were 2 representatives from HR and 2 representatives from county administration. Those individuals participated in the interviews, asked questions of the various providers that were there, and it was the recommendation at that time to proceed with Holmes Murphy. It was presented to the HR committee as a recommendation as well. Holmes Murphy is a locally owned and operated, employee-owned and operated benefit consulting firm here in Omaha. They have a staff of 50 members. They have 40 that are dedicated to just providing service. If we were to proceed with them, we would have 6 staff members that would be assigned to work with the county on our benefits that we provide to our employees. And in addition to that, they also have compliance and consulting services that will be especially helpful to the county. They have attorneys on staff, which most consulting firms do not. And so at this point, we felt like this was a good match for the county moving forward. Our expenditures on our medical insurance is considerable, and we are looking for ways to continue to provide outstanding benefits to our employees, because that sets us apart from competitors when we're trying to attract and retain employees to come to work for the county. But at the same time, we're also looking for ways to improve our medical claims, so that we can lower the claims and therefore hopefully lower the expenses to the county.
Thank you, Karen. And you may have said this, but who has been our provider in recent history?
Lockton.
Lockton, okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. Very good. Patrick, are you going to mention anything, or are you good?
I'm just here to answer any questions that might
All
be
right,
asked.
sounds good. We'll go to Commissioner Borgerson.
Well, I actually was going to make a different recommendation, but I'm going to make a motion to approve this. I was heavily weighted more towards Alliant because I know them a whole lot better, and they're $2,000 cheaper. But I also believe that the Holmes Murphy, what they have here locally is going to help us out tremendously with our insurance, and so I will abide by the recommendation from the committee that reviewed these and make that motion.
Thank you. There's a motion by Borgerson for approval. Second by Rogers. We'll continue the dialogue here with Commissioner Cavanaugh.
Thanks. So do we currently retain somebody to provide this service for us?
Yes, currently, and the contract ends July 31st, is Lockton and Associates. They are based out of Kansas City. They do have an Omaha office, and we have been with them for 2 contract cycles. Unfortunately, we've had some issues with turnover. Being a public employer, especially a local government, is a little different than a private employer.
Well, I appreciate that. I just wanted to
Yeah.
really an idea for the status of this service has been something that we have had for some time.
Yes.
Okay. As a county employee, I occasionally have questions about insurance coverage or whatever. So I think everybody has, where you go to the doctor, the dentist, or whoever, and it comes back that I think it's Blue Cross currently, oh, they didn't approve that procedure or whatever. Do these people help with those kinds of issues? Because that's number one with employees.
Yes. So whenever we would look at potentially going out for an RFP on a particular benefit, whether it be medical, dental, vision, life, we would work with the benefit consultant to help us in going through that process and analyzing and also looking at the data-driven information so that...
I'm talking specific cases. If I call up somebody in HR and Blue Cross didn't do this, or more commonly, our health card, WEX, is it?
WEX is our flexible spending account.
Yeah. I mean, these are the most irritating things in the world. It's a legitimate expense, and some insurance company or provider, or in WEX's case, my own money, is being said to not be applied.
Yes.
They will help with those specific instances?
If we ask them to, generally, Commissioner, the HR department benefit team would handle those.
And they have. I'm just saying, if we needed it, these folks
absolutely. We have relied on our benefit
consultants. That's a valuable service. We have,
yes,
a couple thousand employees, and there's always problems. So.
Yes, we have over 10,000 members that are covered under our plans.
So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Borgerson.
I just wanted to make the comment, and I should have made it at the beginning, is my comments were based on just personal. I don't take any county benefit, so this doesn't affect me one way or the other, so I needed to make that comment.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this item? If not, we'll vote. Oh, go for it.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I take issue with Commissioner Kavanaugh calling himself a county employee. I don't think you're an employee. I think you are categorized as an employee for accounting purposes, but I think that's about it. So here, if I can get this on screen. I'll show you the you have the item request, and then you have a resolution. That's all that's provided. That's all you're voting on. I'm wondering what the contract is, what the service agreement is. I'm was hoping to see either the bid proposal that Murphy Holmes or Holmes Murphy submitted, as well as the proposals that were denied. I could not find the bids, so that was frustrating. Do you guys know what what's understood to be the services? Can you guys outline what those are going to be? Is there going to be a service agreement that is going to be before the commissioners later that stipulates these things? Because it's nice that there's 6 individuals available to assist HR on the benefits issue, but are they going to be obligated? Is Holmes Murphy going to be obligated to have those people available? What's another issue? Basically, like guarantees. There's no guarantees being presented to the commissioners at this time. So if there's going to be future guarantees in a document that is going to have an operative effect, that'd be good. But at this point, I think the commissioners are uninformed about this service, and we don't want that kind of representation when you make these decisions. So if you can answer me now or let me know if there's going to be a service agreement that's going to be presented later, I'd like to know.
The resolution, I believe, says that a contract will be presented at a later date. So yes, there will be a service agreement that's provided. And I believe the proposals are available in the HR department. And I believe you were up to the HR department recently in regards to this. Or purchasing, I'm sorry. You were at purchasing, so they were available in purchasing. Just two more things quickly. I don't know about that comment about Mr. Kavanaugh, or Commissioner Kavanaugh not being an employee. I mean, I've been working with him since 2014, and I don't get it because he's doing a great job. So I don't understand where you're coming from, but I guess we're not going to go down that road. The final thing I want to say is that I promised Bo Reed that he would get a one-on-one pickup game with Chris Rogers if he got selected. So I look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? And yeah, there was a HR committee hearing on this item where it was discussed in more detail. So we'll go ahead and vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Before we go into executive session, I do want to remind the public and the board that we'll be off next week on July 15th, and we'll reconvene and return on July 22nd. With that, there's a need for executive session for the purposes of litigation, legal advice, and contract negotiations. Do I have a motion and a second? Motion to go into executive session by Roger, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
The board will now go into executive session for the purposes of litigation, legal advice, and contract negotiations.